Yo, hit the dirt and fire it up. It's that hard cause grind. BDD and WillT dropping knowledge every time. From the mods to the maps, from the brands to the tools. If it's FS talk, you know they breaking all the rules. We talk giants, we talk gears, we talk that horsepower. Late night mod drops, we got that creative power. From interviews with legends to spotlight in the new, we bring that FS fire straight from the crew to two. Living life behind the wheel with a digital twist. Ain't no button we don't press, no trend we ever miss. Updates, leaks, and future plans. We got the inside scoop, no chance for scams. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Gorgeous kings of the farming game, standing tall. It's more than a game, it's a way of thinking. Talking shop while that diesel's drinking. From tractors to combines, dirt roads to drones, they build empires from screens and microphones. With every guest that drops in for a chat, you get the real talk, no filters, just facts. A spotlight on the builders and players who grind. They got love for the fans and the farm in mind. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Vortex kings of the farming game, standing tall. So plug in the pod and hit that sub. Roll out in style with your farming club. No fluff, just dirt, diesel, and truth. Straight from the FS underground on coast. AgriBusiness, rocking every ride with BDD LT side by side. Whether you plow, seed, harvest, or buy, this is the voice of the farm life.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and this is AgriBusiness Tonight, a show where we get to talk about mods, maps, and the news. How's everybody doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I am joined here, of course, by my co-host. One of those words will work. I don't know which one. WillTGaming.
Wow.
Will, how are you doing tonight?
Well, I'm doing pretty good.
Excellent, excellent. Apparently doing better than me and not stumbling over your words so far.
We'll see.
We are also joined here tonight by Ross and Mods. Ross, how you doing tonight?
I'm great, thank you.
Oh, thanks for joining us here tonight. We look forward to getting into the mods, maps, and news with you here tonight.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Sounds good.
Excellent, excellent. So we've got several people in the chat so far. We've got Rail Fanning Jonah with the stream snipe, of course. 1.3. Well, we tried, folks. LOL. Jonah, don't get me started on that 1.3. Don't do it there, bud. You'll regret it. Ken Adlam, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says, what up, people? What up, Ken? We got Brady Rimmer Productions. Brady, how you doing? Hello, everyone. Ken says, hello, Brady. We got Brady saying hey to Ken. Swim Shady, how's it going there, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic one so far. Evening all, evening Swim Shady. Ken says, hey there, Swim. D-Tap Gaming and Modding. How's it going? Hope you're having a great one as well. We got Swim saying hey to Ken. Taco Dig Root. Taco, how you doing tonight, bud? Says, good evening, folks. Good evening, Taco. Let's see. D-Tap says hello all. Gary Miller. Gary, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a great one. Says, good evening, BDD and Will and all. Good evening, Gary. Swim says, hey to Dave. I tell you what there, folks. Are you all ready to get into the mods, maps, and news? I know I am.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right. So first things first, let's go ahead and scroll on down. We had a little bit of a surprise here this morning, didn't we there, Will?
We did. I didn't even know about this until I saw it.
So apparently the FS Encyclopedia has some pages missing. That's okay. That's okay. I don't know about you all, but when I was younger, I used to tear out some pages too on my encyclopedias before I was old enough to realize what I was doing. Anyways, we had several mods drop this morning from ML Studio and in Tutar. In Tutar? We've got the Indutter, sure, Magna Hire, again by that group, and ML Studios, 40.87 megabytes to download, and we have a corn harvesting header. For 39,000, we can get the 7-meter, and for 119,000, quite a bit jump there, we can get the 12-meter version of it. And yeah, that's going to be a little bit expensive for that big one. But let's go ahead and take kind of a comparable here in base game. Oops, it helps if I go into the right menu. Let's see, under corn headers. Let's see, closest one we're going to have for that 7-meter is likely going to be the Capello Diamond 8 from the base game, $63,500. That will do corn and our sunflowers. This one here for $39,000 will do 7 meters, so it's quite a bit savings there. Now, does this only do corn there, Will? Are you aware, or does it do corn and sunflowers?
Corn and sunflowers.
All right, so in our comparison here, the Diamond 8 is 6 meters. This is 7, so you're going to gain a whole meter, but you're going to spend about half the price. $63,500 for the Capello versus $39,000 for the Magna Hire. So all in all, that's a good one. And then taking a look at the 12-meter comparison, we're going to have, let's see, the John Deere C16F for $144,000. You can get that one for 12 meters. And again, you're going to be saving a bit of money. You're going to be saving almost 20 grand off of the price there and keeping the same working with the well. But that 40 megabytes, 41 megabytes almost for this. It looks great. Looks very highly detailed. I don't know. For me personally, if I'm coming at this from the whole console perspective, I'm probably going to pass on this. I'm not familiar with this this manufacturer whatsoever, and I'm going to save the 40 megabytes for, what's that?
It's South American.
Ah, that's why. So, yeah, I'd probably end up saving the megabytes for something else out there. Ross, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, again, it's not a manufacturer I'm familiar with. I think it's if you maybe from that area and you know the brand and you wanted to see that in the game, it'd be one for you. But it's probably not one that I'll be downloading for the reasons you've said, really.
And Will, what do you think?
It definitely is definitely very highly detailed. It kind of creeps me out, if I'm gonna be honest. Because when you go to unfold the header, like the row, like the I forgot what they're called, but like the row pieces that go between the rows, it's they kind of look like fingers coming out at you. It's really weird.
Oh,
That would be a pass for me.
I tell you what, it sounds appropriate for Halloween.
Yeah.
That's the right color.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Moving on, we've got the Vision 40,000. This is a auger wagon, again, made by these same groups. 37.58 megabytes to download. We got a starting price of $45,000, required power of 220 horses, and 40,000 liter capacity. So this being an auger wagon, let's go ahead and check out what we got here in base game. We've got auger wagons. Closest one we're going to have is probably going to be the before I open my mouth. Ooh, it's actually going to be the J&M Extended Reach 1112, $95,000 for this one there, and a horsepower requirement of 300 and a capacity starting at 39,600 liters. So when looking at this one here, $45,000, that's going to save you 50 grand. 50 grand right off the bat. It will only require 220 horsepower compared to the 300 that the J&M requires, and it will give you a flat 40,000 liter capacity compared to the 39,600 that this one does. So all in all, better price, better horsepower, and a little bit better capacity. But again, that megabyte download, 37, almost 38 megabytes for that one there. Oof. Again, this is not a manufacturer that I am like a diehard for. So it's tough. This one's tough because everything about it is better. Everything about it. It's cheaper, it's bigger, and it's less power that's required. So this one's a struggle for me, but that megabyte size is, I think it's going to just push it over the edge for me. So I think this one's going to be a pass for me, but I'm going to struggle to say that one. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, like you say, it's well priced. I think because from a modding perspective, if it's something they've done directly with the manufacturer, they're going to want it really high detailed, which is probably why you've got that large megabyte size. So it's I can kind of see why they've done that. But again, it's a manufacturer. I don't know. I'm just not buzzing for me. I tend to prioritize mods that kind of really feel going to impact the game, and I don't think this is one for me.
I couldn't agree with you more. Will, what do you think?
It's very highly detailed. Like you can see every bolt that's on there. It's incredible. It's a dolly. It's a dolly in the front, so it's going to be very hard to back up unless you know what you're doing. But this is it's definitely going to be a pass for me. But I mean, if you really like the brand, and there's that. If you play on South American maps, perfect. But yeah, it'd be a pass for me.
100%. And don't let anything negative that we say here tonight deter you that if this is a brand that you like or if it's a mod that you think is going to be highly valuable for your operations, go ahead and snag it. Go ahead. It's one of those that we're just rendering our opinions, and it's just these ones here so far just are not tickling our fancy. But moving on. We've got the, come on, open up. There we go. We've got the Katrina F5. This is a mulcher, 55.19 megabytes to download. Starting price of 19,000 and horsepower required of 50. This is a 3-meter working width for the Katrina 20,000. And then there's the tandem 20,000 plus Katrina F5 set. That is $85,000, 410 horsepower required, and 21-meter working width. So let's take a look at our mulchers here in game. Let's see. Somewhere there's a mulcher in this menu. There it is. So starting out with the smaller set, the 3-meter. Let's go ahead and look at that one. It's probably going to be the Notch Speedmax 300 for $11,000. You can purchase that one there. 80 horsepower is required and 3-meter working width. So the working width exactly the same on both of them. Horsepower required, the Notch requires 80. The mod here requires 50. So you're saving about 30 horses there. And the prices. The Speedmax is 11,000 versus the one here that's for the mod, 19,000. So you're going to spend about, what is that, $8,000 more for this one. But let's move on to the bigger one. 21-meter working width, so that's going to put us well over what we have in base game. The biggest one we have base game is 12.2 meters, so we're going to use the Horsch Cutro 12TC, $78,000 to buy, 270 horsepower is required, and a 12.2 meter working width. So $85,000 is required for the mod, 410 horsepower, and 21 meters. So you're talking that you're going to be spending an extra $7,000 to get this one. You are going to require quite a bit, actually, almost an additional, 140 horses? Yeah, 140 for the mod, but you are going to get an extra almost 9 meter working with, pretty darn close. So yeah, you're going to be making up for that working with. So all in all, for 56 megabytes, is this something I've got to have my hands on? And actually, I missed the top one here. Looks like 9 meter working with for 33,180 horsepower. All in all, this one's going to be a pass for me. That near 60 megabytes were download. Although I can appreciate this one. This one is nice. You got the 3 different cutting sizes, and it's actually a rather intricate looking mod because you got the kind of oh goodness, what are those called? Kind of the dollies that are in tandem with everything. So it's it's definitely going to be interesting, but it's going to be a pass for me. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I think out of all of the new ones dropped today, this is the one that intrigues me the most. I, I may well download it just to see how they've done it from a modding perspective, because that larger one does look interesting. If you're looking for something that does your 21 meters, there's a lot of people out there I know that play and want everything as wide as possible to do things as quickly as possible. So if you're one of those players, maybe it's one for you. Again, it's not one that I think I will play with. I might have a look at it, because as I say, it intrigues me, but it's probably not one that will be on the regular list for me. As you say, it's 55.19 megabytes. It's a big download.
I agree. And what I find interesting about this one is I would love to know how this actually transports down the road, kind of thing. It's
Yeah,
like, do
same.
these disconnect and then kind of, tandem, link one behind another kind of thing? Or does it actually fold up on its own and kind of gets into a nice little tight package? Who knows? I haven't actually downloaded this, so I'm not quite sure, but it'd be interested to figure out how that would work. Will, what do you think?
I mean, I can answer that question right off the bat for you.
Let's hear it.
So each piece folds up individually. And then to pull them down the road, on the back of them, there's actually a little pin hitch, because it's a pin hitch hook. So basically, you can attach it to each other to bring them down the road, and then you just detach one, detach the other. You can just line it up the way you want it to, and then unfold the tandem piece, back up, attach it, and then unfold the other two. So they're all 3 separate things.
Gotcha.
Okay.
But I will definitely say very highly detailed. Once again, um, I know he brought out another brand, actually, another one that was very similar to this. I actually have it. Actually, I have it installed. Right now. Next second, it's the Scarbalot Green 9000. It's very similar to that. It just folds up differently, and it's green. Um, but I mean, if you like the brand, then yeah, yeah, because if you have the middle piece and then you have the mulcher, like the bigger mulcher on each side, that's 19.8 meters right there. So
Gotcha, gotcha. All right. Well, moving on to the last mod here for Sunday, we got the RRP 2000. This is a plow, 5.12 megabytes to download, and a starting price or actual price of 7,500. Horsepower required is 75, and a 2.6 meter working width. Will, what kind of implement is this? What do you end up calling this?
this is perfect for your small farm shenanigans.
There we go. So yeah, we've got us a plow, $7,500 to purchase. Let's take a look here in base game. For a 2.6 meter is going to be probably going to be the AgriMaz POV 5XL is going to be our closest one. So that's $16,000, 160 horsepower required, and 2.5 meter working width. So we're going to be gaining 0.1 meter in width. We're going to only require 75 horsepower for the mod as opposed to 160. So you're going to be well over half again the power required for this one, and $7,500 to purchase. Again, almost half as much for the mod here, and for only 6 megabytes. If you're looking for something that's going to only be, for your small farm shenanigans, like Will keeps pointing out, this might be a good one for you, actually. The megabyte size is in the ballpark. The price is half again, the horsepower half again, and you get a little bit extra on the working width. For this one, sign me up. Ross, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, it's a nice little kind of discs. It's stuff like this. I would say for quite a lot of the realism farming. Now I'm from the UK, so I would normally then save that for kind of UK tools that we would see in this country. It's something of the size that you might see over here, but again, it's not a brand I'm familiar with. But it's a nice little thing. It's probably not one that I will install, mainly just because it's not something we would get here.
Gotcha. Will, what do you think?
For me, it is. I'm trying to think of a way to put this. It's too small for me. Yeah, let's put it that way. Like, I'm definitely not gonna be running this like anywhere. But I mean, if you're definitely that kind of person that starts like at $0 and you work your way up, and this is like the first thing that you can get, then yeah, I can see that. But it would definitely be a pass for me though, because I do not foresee myself using it.
For sure. And let me put this into perspective here. So the smallest implement we have in base game that's a plow is the Poniger Servo 25. That is a 1.2 meter working width. This is a 2.6, so you're already doubling the working width. And the starting price for the Poniger is $14,000. So you're just even spending half and getting double what the base game offers. And the horsepower is even 10 horsepower less for the mod than the Poniger. So all in all, this is a good find, in my opinion. So like Will said, if you're starting from scratch, you're starting with next to nothing, you want something that's going to get the job done a little at a time, you're just going to build and build and build from there, this might be a good one for you. But that is it for today's mods. Now it's time to pick our favorite from these ones. Ross, do you want to pick a favorite from the 4 that we discussed so far?
Yeah, sure. I think it's I still don't know how to say this, but the Induta Katrina F5 for me. The tandem version is an interesting idea, and out of those 4, that's the one I'd pick for sure.
And Will, what do you think?
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with Ross and Mods there.
So let's make it a clean sweep and say I'm also going to go with the Katrina. Yeah, it's a very interesting mod, and being able to kind of tandemize these ones up to be able to increase your working width is a nice little feature. I like that. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure we had the kind of lizard version of this back in 22. I'm almost certain that we did. Either of you familiar with this one?
Not something I'm familiar with.
What about you, Will? Do you remember this? Because I thought it was the Lizard Katrina in FS22.
I don't think so.
No? Well, maybe I'm just making things up.
The Katrina rings a bell, but I'm not sure if it's the same one.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on. So we had mods here for the 10th of this week. So I believe that was what, Friday? Friday it is. Starting out with the International 2x2 series. This is by EY Modding, 14.85 megabytes to download. And we got a few different versions here. Starting out with the 30 2x2, that's 130 horsepower to start out with, and $80,000 for purchase. We then have the 62x2, it's 150 horsepower, and the Super 70, that's starting at 200 horsepower. So ramping up from the prices goes 80, 100, and 160. So let's go ahead and take a look at our closest comparable here. We've got under small tractors, there we go. Starting out with the 130 horses, so that's going to put us somewhere in the, I believe that's the Iseki territory. Nope. It's going to put us in the Fendt 500 Vario territory. That's going to be a starting price of $152,500 and 131 horsepower. So for the 30 series, we've got the starting price of $80,000 and 130 horsepower. So we're going to lose 1 horsepower, but we're going to save about $72,500 if my math is mathing. And that's a pretty big savings right there for only losing out on 1 horsepower. And then you got the 60 series at 150 horsepower. That's going to put us somewhere, going to put us around the Kloss Arian 570, 530 territory. $153,000 for that one, and 145 horsepower starting. So you're going to gain 5 horsepower and you're going to save $53,000. I mean, right off the bat, again, looking really good there. And then actually we got to go into the next category of medium tractors to find the horsepower range for this one. So 200 horsepower to start is going to put us in the Fendt 700 Vario territory, $249,500 for that one, and 203 horsepower. So you're going to lose out on 3 horsepower starting, but you're going to be saving almost $90,000 right off the rip. So 15 megabytes is all this is going to cost you, and you're going to save on everything. You're going to save on money, and you're going to be right in the ballpark for all of them for power. Me personally, I love the way this looks. I love that kind of anteater nose, that big old schnoz on the front of this thing. So me personally, this is going to be an install, 100%. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I love a classic tractor. EY does a great job as well. It hits all the right boxes for me. It's the only thing that might frustrate me a little bit is the 33k speed if you're trying to do some like trailer work or something. But I think for the field, it's a great tractor. And like I say, I love a classic tractor, so it's one I'll be downloading for sure.
100% agree with you. Will, what do you think?
Oh, I absolutely love it. I actually installed this. I had this on FS22. I use it a lot, so I'm very happy it's back.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is one of the articulating tractors, correct?
So it kind of articulates like in the front, kind of.
Yeah, just in front of the cabin there, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Yeah, so just an FYI for those out there, if you are not big into the articulating tractors, then this might not be for you. But I can take it or leave it. It's one of those where you eventually get used to it. But yeah, brilliant. I love it. Moving on to the next one, we have the Cinnebogan Fendt Telehandler Pack. This is by Power Osdem Osten and 8820 Power LS, 26.55 megabytes to download. And we've got a few things in this little pack here. We've got the Cinnebogan G340, $145,000 to purchase, and 136 horsepower. We got the Fendt Cargo T740, $150,500 to purchase, and 136 horsepower. We also got the Bessel Undelade Bale Fork, $6,300 for that. The adapter for $1,400, the material bucket for $7,000 with a capacity of 3,500 liters, and the pallet fork for $4,700. So we got a whole bunch of kit in this one. But taking a look at the main show here, we're going to take a look at the telehandlers. So looking at first the Cinnebogan, $145,000 to buy and 136 horsepower. Now, me personally, I'm going to throw this out there. horsepower on a telehandler really doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot unless you've got something like the Merlot where it has a 3-point link and you can actually use it for like hauling things around, implements, things like that. But regardless, 136 horsepower is going to put us right around, well, actually just realized we already have this mod in base game. The Cinnabogin G 340G 145,000. Yeah, so everything's identical to the base mod here. So that's kind of a But we also have the same one for the Fendt. So same price and everything, same horsepower. So I'm not quite sure what let's see. Rework Cinnabogin Fendt telehandlers with perfect fitting tools from Bessel, Inlaid, or Furman. You know what? Before I go any further, this is going to be a hard pass for me. It's the same exact stuff we have in base game. I'm not quite sure what is kind of different about this. It says cab adjustable via mouse controls. So, I mean, okay, fine. So maybe you can select the height kind of thing, but I'm just going to stick with the stuff that we have in base game, really. Especially for 27 megabytes to install, there's nothing about this that's really got me kind of itching to download it. Ross, what do you think?
My guess here is what they've tried to achieve is a little bit like kind of I've done with QFit and JCB. I think so. I think the attacher on the front of the telehandlers and the tools will be how it is in real life, whereas all of the Giants base game mods kind of they adapt them to a generic telehandler attacher. So it adds some realism if that's something you're looking for. And they've essentially just kind of modified the base game machines. To me, it's probably not worth it because the mod doesn't really offer anything on top of that. So it's probably a pass from me. But I can kind of see what they're trying to do. They're just trying to make it a little bit more realistic.
I can appreciate that. I always like the little flair of realism that a modder can bring. But yeah, like you said, it's just one of those that I'm probably just going to stick with the base game stuff. Will, what do you think?
For me, it's gonna be a hard pass for me. So there are only certain telehandler stuff I use in the game, and that is not one of them.
All right, moving on. We got the Crone Squadro Vendro. Oh, come on, click on it. There we go. By Miko. Whew, words are hard tonight. GT 8.68 megabytes to download. And we got the Crone Vendro 820 Highland. That is a tedder for $105,000 and 65 horsepower required, 8.2 meter working width. We also in this pack get the Crone Squadro TS970, $98,000. This is a windrower, 80 horsepower required, and 9.7 meter working width. So let's take a look at that tedder first here in base game. Let's see. Somewhere there are tedders. I always just blitz right by them. There it is. All right. So, and it actually looks like we've got these in. No, we don't have these. We do have these in base. What? What is going on here? Fellas, I think I'm losing my mind. Huh. We have. What's that?
I was gonna say those two are exactly the exact same ones we have base game. They just have a couple different options.
Well, more importantly than that, at least according to the description here in base game, the Crone Vendro 820 Highland is only $15,500. Here, the mod is $105,000. It's the same working width. It's the same horsepower. What about this mod is going to cost me an extra almost $100K for a tedder? Holy smokes! Color options: Highland Green, Black Edition, and Old Green. Improved folding animation for transport. Optional lighting for road transport. No, thank you. Let's see. Take a look at the Squadro. There it is. Oops. Let's see. Squadro TS970. Yep. Same horsepower. Yep. 9.7 meter working with, yes. Yeah, this one, base game, $60,000. 60 grand versus $98,000 according to the description here. This is going to be a hard pass. A hard pass. You're going to be spending infinitely more money for these mods here than you are in base game, and getting a few additional color options and some decals. No, no, thank you. This is going to be a pass. Megabyte size is nice, but that's a lot of money to blow on two additional implements when you can get them base game for significantly cheaper. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, so it's a hard no for me. It's just a reskin of the base game. It doesn't add enough functionality or anything to be worthy of it. The reason it's a low megabyte size is because it won't actually be downloading the mod itself. It will be reusing things that are already on your computer and just reskinning it. So yeah, making adjustments to base game mods is fine, but it needs to offer more than that.
I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Will, what do you think?
It's gonna be a hard pass for me. I don't even use these to begin with. Uh, just an FYI for the windrower, if you're using it, don't select the trailer board tires. Just don't. Um, because you'll have your two rear tires, but all the rest of the tires, like on the windrow pieces, are gone. But they're not even there. But they
Oops.
forgot tires.
Oh, come on. I mean, don't all farmers just go around and dragging the axles along the ground and just tearing the crud out of their fields? Come on. Oh, wait, no, is that just a me thing? Maybe it's just a me thing. Anyways, moving on, we've got the Highland Thus pack. This is a special headers by Missy B. 8.16 megabytes to download. We've got a starting price here of $92,000 and a working width of 12 meters. And we also got a trailer with this. So this is the sunflower headers. Let's see, taking a look. This will fall under corn headers, and closest one we're going to have to this, no, it's not corn headers, special headers. That's the one I meant. Closest one for this is going to be what, 12 meters? The Geringhoff Sunlight 40, $118,000 here in base game at 12 meter working width. So already you're going to be saving about, what is that, $25,000 right off the bat. And you're going to get the same working width and the same functionality. So if you just want a sunflower header and be it branded as a Capello, hey, this will be a good one for you. 9 megabytes to install, and it comes with a trailer. Okay, yeah, I could see this one being a good one to add. Save you money, same working with. Yeah, I'd install this, absolutely. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a nice header. Nice it comes with the trailer. Trailer looks a bit long from the screenshots. Not quite sure why the modders opted for that, but yeah, it's a small download. So if you're looking for that header, it's probably not one that I'll download personally, because I'm kind of happy with what the base game offers. But if you want that brand, go for it.
Well, and the one thing too that always has kind of boggled me is we've got the corn headers, which will do corn and sunflowers. Now, unless you
Yeah.
get some kind of bonus by using the special header, it really doesn't make sense to me to limit your functionality to just this. So
Yeah, they take a long time to take you to your fields, so just you've got an extra header to cart around.
exactly. Yeah, and that's 100% accurate. I personally don't understand why like somebody would just kind of, handcuff themselves to this style of header when you can get a corn header and increase your capacity of doing other things around your farms. So that's just me. There might be a reason why there's, these specialty headers, and they might serve some kind of function that I'm not aware of, but who knows? Will, what do you think?
It's definitely gonna be a pass for me. I'm not really that familiar with the brand. I mainly, when it comes down to like headers and stuff, I mainly stick with I mainly stick with John Deere or Case or Kloss. So yeah, it would be a pass for me.
Why you gotta lie? We
I'm
all
not
know,
lying.
we all know that you go for that New Holland base game.
No, I would not.
Moving on, we've got the Ooh, we got the Lizard Duplex 627. This is by Valix and IMTM. 1.98 megabytes to download, $1,500 to buy, 25 horsepower required, and 2 meter working width. This one here, if we take a look at our base game, oops, there it is. Base game mowers, we're going to be pretty close to, well, really, only one we got that's going to be even kind of comparable is going to be the Vermeer. That's really the only kind of like rear tow bar. Oh, no, I take that back. The Samaz XT390 is going to be our closest comparable. At $16,500 to purchase, it requires 100 horsepower and it has a almost 4 meter working with 3.9 meters to be exact. So 25 horsepower for the mod versus 100 horsepower. So you're 75 horses less. 3.9 meters for base game versus 2 meters. So you're going to be losing almost a whole 2 meters on this one. But that price though, 1.5 meter or $1,500 for the mod versus $16,500 for the Samaz. That's a big savings. That's big savings, and you're only losing out on half of the working with. I mean, and personally, I love these old school style cutter bars. I just love that kind of wink and a nod to history. I think this is really cool. Personally, for 2 megabytes, I'd install this. Again, it's going to be one of those that's going to be a really nice install for somebody who's trying to start cheap and work their way up kind of thing. So me personally, I'm going to install this. Absolutely. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, for me, this is it kind of depends what game I'm running. So if it's another classic item, so if you want doing like a classic series or you're starting from scratch, then yeah, definitely one to download. You know, it's quite common in the UK to have very small farms. So if you're trying to do like a classic vintage small farm, pop this on, ticks all the right boxes. Looks great.
Will, what do you think?
If you're starting out start from scratch, this is a perfect mower for you to use. It's cheap. It requires very low horsepower. Um, and, I mean, I could definitely not see someone using this on like 4 fields for prime example. Um, but but I mean, if you're just starting out on like a small map or like even Riverbed Springs, like those small fields behind the farm, if you're going to start from scratch and you had those 3 fields, that'd be a perfect mower. So, I mean, I would definitely install it if I was doing a start from scratch. Most definitely.
Gotcha. All right, real quick, going to catch up with the chat there. We got Rail Fanning Jonas says Sunday mods. Yes, it was quite a surprise there today. Getting a text message from Will saying, "Hey, we got mods today." I was like, "Really? That was a thing?" So that was interesting. Taco says, I never use auger wagons, never saw the necessity of it. Why pump into another wagon, just empty out into a silo? Yeah, I'm right there in the same vein you are there, Taco. It's just not one that really kind of, grew on me. I'm sure there's kind of a point to it. Just kind of eludes me. Swim Shady says, same here to Taco. Taco says, the plow is great for role-playing and vintage gameplay. Yep, 100% agree with you there too. Does not look vintage, but the idea of a few discs could be vintage. Yeah, I can see that. And then Ken says, don't lie, Will, we all know that you use New Holland tractors on the side.
I do not.
Oh, goodness. And now we're moving on to the GDR Fire Station. This is by Bartman. 9.34 megabytes to install, and it's going to cost you $7,000. This one here is going to be a pass for me. It's just a small little placeable shed here for just kind of firehouse purposes. For that kind of role playing, it's definitely got that European vibe to it. So it's only going to fit on very specific styles of maps. I believe that's what German. If I'm not, I think that's what German.
German.
Yeah, I think GDR was. Oh goodness, I looked this up not too long ago. German Democratic Republic, I think, if I remember right. Anyways, so yeah, one of those. It's gonna be a pass for me. It's only gonna fit on certain maps, and that kind of role playing aspect for this one is just kind of too niche for me. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, completely agree. Very, very niche. I wouldn't even see putting it on kind of map I would run anyway. Even being from Europe, it's just, yeah, I don't see what it offers me, to be honest. It's I'm all for objects and things that might add to some realism, but the firehouse is not one for me.
And Will, what do you think?
That's definitely gonna be a solid pass for me. I mean, I don't want to seem like that kind of person, but last time I checked, this was farming simulator. So you know,
Moving on, we've got an update. Several updates, to be honest with you. First one being to Wompsville, New York by DTAP Gaming. So, this update, actually, it's a couple of updates. It was massive. Massive. We were talking about this before the show started, and holy smokes. So, reason for this map being, or this change being so massive, is not only there was a bunch of stuff added to the maps, but it's affecting essentially 3 separate maps. It's all Wompsville, New York. It all falls under that category of the map, but it's including 3 separate maps: the DIY, the forestry, as well as the kind of normal version of the map. So we're going to start out with the first changelog that came through. That's changelog 1.0.1.0, and it says new save game required. Now it's going to refer to all, meaning all 3 maps. It says, added the very important announcement to the top of the description about mod conflicts. Please read it. Now, that announcement, essentially, to kind of summarize it, said that there's so many different fruits and crop types that are added to this map that if you have a mod that adds something to the map, it's going to basically break it. So you're basically at your limit for this map. Don't install a bunch of mods that enhance the fruit types in base game. Then it says, you asked, we listened, added more paintable textures, added all of the deco bushes from every base game map to allow more creativity, whether the items are natural to the area or not. Roller coaster major overhaul with new lighting, USA holiday decorations, and it now says Wompsville rather than Silver Run. Also has user selectable neon ropes lights following the track like the original. It is now a placeable in the construction menu, so you can buy one for Homestead Edition if you want to change the ones on DIY and or forestry. There are 2 choices when purchasing: flash warning and a safer option for photosensitive people, not guaranteed to not trigger medical conditions. Use at your own risk. This option does not come with the holiday decor either. One more thing to the pre-placed one on forestry and do-it-yourself editions come with the no money gained collectible that does not go to the museum, blocking you from starting the build until you collect it to warn you excuse me, about the photosensitivity, so you don't waste your products prior to knowing that it could trigger health risks. All that saying, there's essentially 2 roller coasters that are now placeables, and the roller coaster does come standard on certain maps on Wompsville. Now, the roller coasters that are replaceables, you have 2 options. One that's a kind of a flashier version, has holiday decor, has flashing lights, all that kind of stuff. And then you've got one that's supposed to be more of a photosensitive kind of version of it. That's not going to have the holiday deco. It's not going to have the flashing lights and all that stuff. But as the creator says, it's not going to guarantee that it's not going to trigger any kind of health risk. So use at your own discretion kind of thing. One thing I'll also point out is that the roller coaster for the holiday deco, if you have a sensitivity to clowns, there are clowns that are depicted in the kind of Halloween holidays. So be aware of that one. It doesn't mention it here as best as I remember, but that is something to be aware of. Next thing it says is had quite a few requests for this one, made the nighttime darker like in real life. Use additional game settings mod to set the custom lighting to change it back if you don't like it. This is for PC only. Now I will say that in my update video when I ran through this was, yeah, real dark. It was basically pitch black. So just be aware that if you're playing on this and you've got your settings turned down really low on your monitor brightness or anything like that on your television, it's going to be near impossible to be able to get around without lighting of some sort, whether it's a flashlight, whether it's your headlights. It's going to be almost impossible to get anything done at night. So just be aware of that. Let's see. Requested language added, Japanese, voice acting coming soon. Translations got a rework using multiple translator Python scripts that picks the best translation that keeps the content or context and uses the one. Hopefully this will improve understanding in other languages. Added selectable capacities to the minor 49er, now in 49,000, 80,000, 100,000, 125,000 liters. Updated icons on the map for removing NPCs. Fixed the collisions and physics of the iron and glass pallets. Made traffic circle a placeable deco object. Made the rusty coupe a placeable deco object. You now can make a profit making glass and iron productions when compared to selling just the wood chips, iron, and sand. Adjusted some of the oil production recipes, edited the forestry mix to be shorter so your logs don't get lost in the tall grass. Added lime production to the stone crusher. Added placeables in the constructible construction menu for an income to incentivize players to build the NPC houses and roller coaster. Place them near the property once you build if you would like to earn rent from the NPCs or donations from the roller coaster. It acts like the government subsidy sign, but a more realistic income for the situation and the reason to have them. Made the playground maker hall a placeable factory. Made the playground ship a placeable constructible. Added shipping container sales to the Lizard Incorporated sell-all. Added shipping containers unload point to the sawmill. Again, that was for every map. Now we get to the homestead version. Got rid of the fuel tank on the farm as players were complaining about having a small trigger. It was the base game asset. Instead, put in the new fuel pump at the shop like the other maps. Made road textures removable with a sign next to the NPC remove sign. Ben is no longer floating at his secondary location as long as you do not sell his house and build it before moving him. And then we're on to the forestry edition. It says updated the fencing and construction props for pre-placed roller coasters to no longer be floating or underground. Fixed a bug where if players sold the roller coaster, it would not go away. Fixed a collectible that was underground and would only be able to be gotten through terraforming. Made old car in the roundabout look more new than the homestead version. And then lastly, we got the DIY version, which is fix multiple misplaced collectibles, fix multiple collectibles items which were not inside of the triggers so players could not collect them. Fixed a parked car that was partially inside of the old mill or the oil mill. Made road texture removable with a sign next to the NPC removal sign. Altered the property line a little. Now once you buy the sawmill, you can sell the water tower if you don't like it. And then it says, note to players, if you sell a building and notice floating things left behind, this is not a glitch. There may have been something that belongs in the museum. Reminder, the signs in the road are information collectibles, not counted towards the museum collectibles. Collect them to make them disappear. And then last note it says is the wooded area has a rocky and root infested forest terrain, causing the bumpiness players were calling a terrain glitch. This is not a glitch, but rather the way that you would find driving in a dense forest in real life. If you don't like it, you can paint the ground a different texture terrain. So that is everything that was included with the original update for this one. Then there was an emergency update. It is version 1.0.11, and it says Homestead, new save required if you want to buy Farmland 43 but do not own the grain mill. Important game save breaking patch. Field 43, if you buy the land and leave the game and come back, it will no longer your property, and you lose the money that you spent on the land by the land unless you owned the grain mill. So long story short, basically, if you did not own those two properties in tandem and you bought Field 43, it would basically reset everything upon loading into the next game save, or the next time you loaded it up. So that was basically the issue there. And then it says all maps, roller coaster can position for first rider fixed, no longer third person. Lizard Inc. no longer allows you to sell iron ore while grate is closed. Water puddles on the roads removed. They were floating in the air, edited the road with terraforming. DIY and forestry maps did not need a new save game. So a ton of stuff being said there, but a ton of updates were made. This is fantastic, and WillTGaming really put in a big lift on this update, on this set of updates. Now, I have been told that DTAP is putting out another update because he was actually reviewing my map update video for this, and I had stumbled across a error that I didn't even realize was an error. I kind of blazed through it and didn't even realize it, but there was, I believe it was the forestry edition, that you could not sell the roller coaster kind of thing. So putting out another patch for this one, hopefully be out in the next little while here. So as far as I'm aware, he's worked on it and is submitted off to Giants, or if not submitted off to Giants, it's going to be very shortly. On top of that, there was also the issue that was known for the trees missing on, I believe it was the Homestead edition. That one has also been worked on as well. So bunch of stuff there for that one. Whew. Now that I can take a breath, I believe that's everything for the 10th there. So do we want to tell everybody what we enjoyed about the 10th? Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, so it's not actually a map I've downloaded yet, but clearly a lot of effort's gone into this. It's just looking through this long list, like clearly the modders put a lot of effort in, but I'm not familiar with it, so struggling to comment on this one, to be honest. I tend to use kind of UK and European maps, and it's something I overlook, is looking at new maps. I'm always looking at new mods, but often overlook new maps. But it's something I'll check out for sure.
Excellent, excellent. Will, what do you think? What was your favorite for the 10th?
I would definitely have to go with the International 2+2 series.
And me, it's kind of it's a toss-up for me. I think my favorite was kind of with the International 2x2 as well as the Lizard Duplex. I think those two there, like I love that kind of cutter bar style for the duplex. So that's kind of got a soft spot for me. But that International 2x2, the file size is just right. The horsepower, the price, everything about it, I love it. Absolutely love it. So if I had to pick between the two, oh, it's going to be a struggle, but I think that International might just squeeze out just a little bit, because the duplex is going to be one of those mods where I'm going to have it at the beginning, with the express purpose of getting rid of it once I can afford to where the international, I'm going to hang on to that for a while kind of thing. So that's what I'm going to go with. All right. So catching up with the chat here, we've got, I believe I left off with Ken says that farmhouse would be great if somebody could mode an old style fire engine. Oh, I think it's supposed to be mod an old style fire engine. Yeah, I could see that. And I know that there's several versions or several mods out there that have that kind of fire engine, to them for that specific area. But yeah, still, it's just one of those that it's too niche inside of the game. It's almost like meta within the game. That's just not an interest to me. Unless I was to make like a role play series or something that I could include that stuff in. But again, it's going to be very use case specific kind of thing. DTAP Gaming says it doesn't mention it there, but it does mention the clowns in the collectible warning. Yes. That is in there. So it is in there, but it's just not in the actual description. He also says, don't forget about the missing trees. Got that one. And then also says, I like that the glass breaks in the fire alarm when you trigger it. LOL. That is cool. That is a nice little like feature or a little kind of detail that's there. That is nice. All right, so moving on, we've got a couple of new maps here for the 9th, starting with Rolling Meadow by David Merriman, 140.07 megabytes to download. And I'm trying to remember exactly what I gave this one in my... I'm pretty sure I gave this maybe like a 3.5 or a 4 on my map tour. Oh my goodness, there were so many new... There were so many updates the other day. Let's see. 3.5 is what I gave this one. I did like this one. This one was rather sharp, but there was a few things that just kind of just bumped it down the list for me. All in all, though, I thought this was a pretty solid map. It did include some of the additional crop tops like rye, millet, mustard, lavender, poppy. But I mean, overall, if you're looking for a nice little map where you're going to have to kind of build it up from quote-unquote scratch, this is going to be a good one. It doesn't come with a per se starting farm. You do get a field and a area in which you can build up, but other than that, there's no buildings, there's no place to store your equipment. You get very basic rudimentary kind of equipment for this map, but that's it. That's really it. This is one of those where you're going to have to struggle to get up to, getting a full-blown kind of map kind of thing, but it does come with a lot of the basics. Ross, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, it looks great from the screenshots. I've not downloaded it, so I've not looked at it in full, but it's if you want to tailor a map to be how you want it and build your own placeables and build it up, it looks like there's some really nice surroundings gone into it, and quite a lot of woodland. So maybe if you prefer the forestry element, it might be a good one. Like I said earlier, I mainly kind of prioritize stuff that's maps that are close to my local area, and this isn't, so it's probably not one that I'll use regularly, but nice looking map.
Will, what do you think?
I would definitely have to pass this one. There are some UK maps that I absolutely love. I mean, I definitely play more on American style maps. But I mean, if you're like most kind of people that kind of like no man's land, you just build your way up. It's a perfect map for you. But yeah, it would be a pass for me though.
Gotcha. All right, the next one is kind of special. Next one is the Taylor Attachments Viper Silage Fork Pack by Ross and Mods. 7.52 megabytes to download, and we get a couple of things in this one. We get the Viper 3350 for $8,500 and a capacity of 5,000 liters. We also have the Viper 3000. This is for $6,500 and a capacity of 4,500 liters. Oh, Ross, do you want to kind of give us a little bit of rundown on this one? seeing that we
Sure.
were talking to you right here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's you definitely should download it because it's. I'm not biased or anything. No, it's so Taylor Attachments is someone I work with in the UK. They're based down in the southwest of England, and this is a push-off fork. So it's one of their new products in real life. It's only been out a few months. And essentially in game you can discharge the the bulk goods by pushing off the fork. It will tip regardless of whether you physically tip it or not. It's kind of its little party piece. It's a lot of people that use the silage clamps in the UK will use a push-off fork. My dad's a farmer in real life, and he's used to push-off fork since back in certainly the 70s probably. So it's commonly found over here. So a lot of people would use that. I'm not aware of another fork like that in game, but I might be mistaken. And yeah, it's nicely detailed. It's very accurate because we've had the drawings and the content straight from Taylor directly. So because we've worked straight with the manufacturer, it's 100% accurate to real life.
Yeah, and it looks absolutely brilliant. And if we kind of take a look at our closest comparables, we're going to start out with the 3350. Now, correct me if I'm wrong there, Ross, but I believe the 3350, that's the actual like wheel loader version, and then the 3000, that's the 3-point link version.
Yeah, so the 3000 does everything. So that would do wheel loader, telehandler, and 3-point. The 350 is just wheel loader.
Gotcha. So, taking a look at our closest comparables, we do have in game the Albert Silage Fork. It's going to be close to this one. It's got a starting price point of $10,500 and 8,000 liter capacity. So, taking a look at the prices, $8,500 for that one there, plus a 5,000 liter capacity. So, you're talking it's a little bit cheaper and a little bit smaller in capacity. So, it's going to be pretty close if you're wanting something in that kind of range. So all in all, that's going to be a nice little. If you're wanting something that for a little bit cheaper, this is going to be like a good little introductory version. And then the kind of all-in-one kind of thing, the wheel loader, 3-point link, and telehandler version. That one there at 4,500. There's really not a good comparison to this because there's really nothing that's going to kind of bridge the gap to all three of them. But this one kind of does have that ability to, bridge that gap. So that's going to be a nice little feature. And for less than 8 megabytes, I would absolutely install this. Absolutely. Will, what do you have to say about this one?
I love it. I'm actually using it right now. um, yeah, it's very highly detailed. I know I posted this over my Facebook page when he first announced it, which I got super excited for. Uh, it's I absolutely love like the laser cutting of the name, basically like in the metal, so you can see right through it. I think that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, so it's a good design. Taylor have done a good design of the push. I think it looks great.
Cool. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. All right, the next one we have is another new map called Lanao. This is by Frals Agrar and 551.28 megabytes to download. And what's that?
You're on the next day.
Well, that was a short day. Well then, gentlemen, you know what? Ross, I have a feeling I know what your favorite is going to be, but let's hear it anyways.
Yeah, of course, it's the Taylor Attachment Viper. Yeah, it's it's my mod, so I'm going to plug it. That's probably what I wanted to say, really.
Will?
Oh, I would definitely have to go with Ross's mod. Most definitely.
Let's make it 3 for 3. Rawson's mod, Taylor Attachments.
Real quick. Now I know this is a PC only mod, the Royer PE32, which was a like a low loader kind of deal. that came out that day for PC Mac only. That did come out Friday for all platforms, but it was quickly removed because the Royer sticker was still on it. So
Oops.
like it's supposed to come out as a lizard. It was supposed to come out as a lizard brand. So
Okay, so I assume that'll come back. Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Look into the chat real quick. We got DTAP says it would go well with the PC mod realistic weather since fires start in fields with the mod, but PC only. Yes, that would be a good little addition. Let's
Be
see.
right back.
DTAP. What's that?
Be right back.
BRB. DTAP also says download it and rate it a 5. LOL. 100%. Couldn't agree with you more. We got Ken saying, I haven't seen any push off silage forks in game. Yeah, so like I said, that was the one I was showing off was like the closest comparable. But yeah, you're right. We don't have any kind of push off space game. Let's see. Now moving on to the next day, like I said, we've got Lanao. That is a new map by Farls Agrar, 551.28 megabytes to download. And this one, if I take a look, what did I rate this one? I'm pretty sure this was up there. 4.5. That's right. So this one is definitely sharp, but it's got some mods that are required. This is a really sharp map, though. It has, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 required mods for this one. So if required mods are not your thing, this might not be one for you. But it's a gorgeous map. It is very, very nice. It's based off of Germany, if I'm not mistaken. Mecklenburg, yes, which I believe is somewhere in Germany. Big fields, but it's got a good arrangement of, big, small, medium size fields. So you're going to be able to kind of get into anything that you want to on this one. All in all, like I said, 4.5. I really enjoyed this one. Ross, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, looks great. Definitely my kind of map. It looks really detailed. I love the kind of curvatures in the fields. Kind of really, it has that realism. They spent a lot of time sculpting that, I'd say. Not one I've downloaded yet, but definitely one that I will. I mainly play on PC, so the required mods, it's high, so that might be an issue for some people. But yeah, definitely one that I'll download.
And I think I hear Will. Did you return?
I did.
So what do you think of Lanao?
A very highly detailed map. It was definitely one I was highly considering on, but so a lot of required mods. I definitely want to say one of the big positive things is that it actually has alfalfa and silage corn. That's different from corn. But I would definitely play on it. If I was on PC, I would definitely grab it. As everyone knows, my PC broke. As everyone knows, so unfortunately, I'm on my Xbox. But yeah, I mean, listen, if I still have my PC right now, then yeah, I would definitely install and play on it. So
Gotcha. Next one is Saxlingham Farm Estate. This is by Farm Simbrisco, 552.98 megabytes to download. This map is brilliant. 5 out of 5 all day, all night. The color palette is phenomenal. It's very toned down and mellow, so you're getting that kind of realistic kind of flavor to it, while at the same time not getting that kind of cartoonish look when you get those maps that are just full of wildflowers everywhere. It's like you just kind of walked into a Disney cartoon kind of thing. The map layout is really sharp. It's got some really good hills and undulations all throughout it. The starting farm is a bit on the smaller side for the most part, but you get, I think, like 4 starting fields to this one. So you're going to be limited as to the amount of growth you get on the starting farm because there's really no way to kind of push out unless you're going to reclaim some of the fields. But other than that, brilliant. Everything is customized. I love the picture here. It's the 5th screenshot of the kind of river pass through that is right in the center of the map. just adds that kind of little flavor to it. But yeah, all in all, multiple farms on this one that you'll be able to either buy out, start in, whatever the case may be. You got multiple sell points. You got multiple. I don't think there was any productions per se outside the BGA, but yeah, everything's custom. Everything just feels real. Like this, I've never been to the UK, so I don't have any kind of like personal experience with this area, but this does look like something I've seen through a screen kind of thing. So this is one that I absolutely adore. 5 out of 5. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I love it. Literally just click download. Like I could go out, in the Midlands in the UK at the minute, and I reckon I could drive down the road and it would feel very similar to how this map looks. Looks really natural. Love the kind of little Ford River bit, as you said on the screenshot 5. Yeah, 100% we'll be giving this a go, and because I primarily spend most of my time modding, I'm looking for kind of great UK maps for screenshots and things, and I think this will definitely be one of those.
And I just realized that I have made a big hash of it and left it on a different screen. So people have not been seeing what we're talking about here. So I do apologize for that. But yeah, I know, I messed up. But I'm human. I'm not infallible. Will, what do you think of this one?
It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It almost kind of reminds me closely of like an Oxygen David map. Um, it's very highly detailed. I would definitely play on this. I was actually very highly considering it. It actually might be the UK map I play on. I also know I'm also waiting for Giant Software expansion map to come out because I'm excited to play on that. But for this, I would definitely play on it. So it, like I said, I know I said it before already, but a beautiful map, stunning. I definitely would give this one a 5 out of 5. So, and there's one great thing about this map.
Let's hear it.
No required mods.
This is true. This is absolutely true. Yeah, no, this map is absolutely brilliant. It's one of those where, like I said, if you're looking for a nice UK style that has multiple different sizes of fields, the starting farm itself, like I said, it's small per se, but it's not so small that you're going to feel like hemmed in and cramped all the time. So it's definitely got that nice kind of in between vibe between having, room to be able to operate, but not room to necessarily grow unless, like I mentioned before, you're going to reclaim land kind of thing. So yeah, absolutely brilliant. And real quick there, Ken sent a $2 super chat saying black screen. Ken, thank you so much for the super chat. I do apologize that you have to send that over, but I do appreciate it. Let's see. Moving on to the next one, we have the Quebec Countryside by Le Duo Pro Mapping, 354.42 megabytes to download. And this one, if I remember correctly, I gave a little bit on the higher end. I think this is a 4, if I'm not mistaken. 4 out of 5. I was right. So this map, I like this one. I didn't much care for this one back in FS22 because this was in 22, but this one is really good. It has a lot of required mods, like we said before. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 22. I think that was the last one we talked, or the first one we talked about there. This one has.
That's right.
But the thing is with this one is that the mods that are required are massive. Like the Pelinier building pack, massive. They've got the Welker Farm Shed pack. That one's a big one as well. The North American Shed pack. That one's big. Like there's tons of mods on here that are going to take up a ton of size on it. So be aware if you're on console, even though this is only 354.42 megabytes to download, really when everything's all said and done, you're going to be in the 5, 6, 700 megabytes range because of all the required mods. So just be aware of that. But this is a nice map. It's got a good mixture of both field work and forestry, so you're going to be able to kind of expand out and make the map into your own if that's what you so choose. But at the same time, it's got a really nice color palette like the last one did. It's got nice undulations within the fields and the hills. Yeah, you got a nice little like river system off to the east side of the map, as you can see in screenshot there, number 6. Yeah, all in all, really nice map. And if you're looking for a nice little North American map, this might be a good option for you. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a nice looking map. I think we're starting to get to the point now in 25 where we've got starting to get a decent number of options to choose from. So it probably, for what I do, it won't be kind of near the top. But if you're looking for that area and that's what you're into, I think the mod has done a great job. So I definitely would rate it, but it's not one that I would download just because of the area it's from, really.
Gotcha. And real quick, Gold Gaming sent a gifted membership. Gold Gaming, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. How you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. And it went to Benji, aka Charles. Benji, enjoy that membership. Will, what do you think of this one?
I do like it. Like I said, it was one I was definitely trying to debate if I wanted to play on or not, but still 17 required mods. That's a lot. So that was one big downfall. Another big um one, and this was, and I legitimately mean a big one, was the cow barns that were on it. So the ones that he made that were on the map, like specific to the map, all static cows.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I cannot stand cow barns with static cows. I cannot. I just cannot. That was an automatic 2-point deduction for me as it was. So
Yeah,
so
so that was actually something I noted too, and I think that is part what influenced the 4 rather than it being a bit higher. Had it actually been non-static cows, it probably would have been about a 4.5 for me. But no, I agree with you 100% there. Let's see. Moving on, we've got the Case IH Steiger 4-wheel drive by Hispano and JHG Modding. 34.48 megabytes to download, $402,000 to buy, starting power of 524 horsepower. This thing, Steiger. Just got to get that out there real quick because I love me a Steiger. I mean, does that surprise anybody here? I mean, look at the thumbnail for the show here. We got a John Deere on one side and a Steiger on the other. Steiger. Anyways, taking a look at our base tractors here at what is that? 524 horses. That's going to put us in the ballpark of the John Deere 9RX series. $545,500 to purchase, and is going to be 539 horsepower starting. So that puts us, what is that, about $143,500 cheaper than the John Deere right there. So that's not too bad. It's only missing out on, what is that, 15 horses? 15 horsepower, but you're getting 150 grand, reduction in price, and only 35 megabytes. Not too shabby if you ask me. I say this is going to be worth an install. I like this one. I like this one a lot. Ross, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, looks great. I mean, these guys always do a great job. It's something that I'll have in the downloads for if I'm doing a larger map or a US map. Not something I do very often, but I do like to have have things ready for screenshots and things for like that. I like the adjustable rearview mirrors they've added. I think it's a nice idea, because most of the mirrors in game are a nightmare. But yeah, looks great. I'll definitely download it.
100% agree. Will, what do you think?
It definitely looks good. I will definitely state that it definitely looks good. If I was on PC, I would probably grab it. But it would it's going to be a pass for me though, at least this time around. But JHHG Modding did a great job, and so did Hispano for bringing it over. And FYI, real quick, um, it's a quad track, not a Steiger. That's not the thing. It's a 9RX and a quad track.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's a 9RX and a quad track, not a Steiger.
You lost me there, sir.
For for the agribusiness thing you put up.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a quad track, not a Steiger. Steiger
Yeah,
has wheels.
Yeah, it's the Steiger 715 quad track.
I just call it quad track. I don't call it Steiger. So, that's just me personally.
I have proof. I brought the receipts. See this? Case IH Steiger 715 quad track. Boom. Anyways, moving on. Took me a second to get on your same page, but when I did, I brought the receipts. Next one is the John Deere 6R series by Hispano, 34.72 megabytes to install, $233,500 to purchase, a starting power of 280, and this one looks brilliant, as a lot of the Hispano's mods already do. This is under medium tractor, so we're looking at the wrong section. Bring that to here. Let's see, this is 280 horsepower, so we're looking at, the John Deere 6R series. Well, looky there. I wonder who would have thought that one through. So $268,000 flat for the John Deere base game, and 281 horsepower for that one. So already you're going to be saving about just shy of 35 grand, actually. Yeah, about 35 grand you're going to save. And you're only losing out on 1 horsepower. 35 megabytes to install. It is a nice little price savings, about, like I said, about 35 grand. But I think I'm going to end up skipping on this one. It's basically the same that we got here in base game. It comes with the telehandler like this one does as well. Looks great, and you can get it in the Black Series, but 35 megabytes for this, pretty much the same exact thing, but with a 30 grand price savings, not going to be one for me. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a pass from me. On this kind of similar note, that if this is the tractor that you really want to run, and you want those extra features, and maybe for some people the 6R is their primary tractor and they might want those extra features, then maybe this is one for them. But to me it doesn't offer enough over the base game model. Like I say, if it was your primary tractor that you want to run with and you want to, use on, on crossplay and stuff, then maybe, but not one for me.
100%. Will, what do you think?
For me, let's see. I love John Deere. Everyone knows that. I'm glad to see it is back from 22. My only big beef problem though is that it doesn't have a US version. So, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily see like a John Deere tractor with the UK warning signs driving down the road. in the United States. So, I mean, if I was playing if I was playing on the UK map, yeah, I would definitely look at it, but I would not have it.
And what's wild is that the base game 6R has the design for
Mhm.
EU versus US. So I'm
Yeah,
shocked that this one
'Cause
doesn't include that.
well, because the one that's base game is the newer version.
Sure.
Um, this is the older model. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
I assume they've just ported it over from 22,
yeah,
which they probably put a lot of time in it with 22, and then haven't adjusted it for the US version.
For sure, for sure. All right, next one we have is the John Deere AO and AR. This is by EY Modding, 7.36 megabytes to download. We have a base price of $8,500 and horsepower of 26. I mean, we're going to move mountains with this thing. But that being said, looks brilliant. Looks absolutely brilliant. Less than 8 megabytes to install. If you're looking for just a little putter tractor to go around your farm, here it is. This is going to be a nice looking one for you. I love it. I would absolutely install this. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, again, another like a classic tractor, which I love. I think for me, I'd mainly use this almost as a prop to kind of sit in the corner of the farmyard,
yeah.
just to add that kind of bit of realism rather than actually necessarily run it. Um, but that has a purpose, and I love it.
I couldn't agree more. Will, what do you think?
I love it. I actually installed this because I'm actually I've never been in. I actually have kind of like a I wouldn't necessarily like a stone display, but it's basically kind of like a rock wallish kind of thing that's like built up, and I have like older style tractors on there. So like right where the entranceway is, basically show off this is where it came from, this is where it is now. Um, and I feel like that would be added to that collection. And it's from UI Modding. She makes some pretty good stuff. So
So it sounds like you made almost like a plinth. Is that what I'm understanding?
I'll take a screenshot. I'll send it to you.
There you go. All right. Moving on, we've got another one by EOI Modding. This is the John Deere 4320 and is 18.57 megabytes to download. $35,000 for this one and a base power of 102. So this one, copy and paste everything I said before. Everything I said before, this one's brilliant. I love it and absolutely worth an install. 102 horsepower is going to actually put it in a range where we can have a comparable. There's a reason why I didn't do that for the last one. For 100, let's see. Gonna be the closest one we're gonna have is the Massey Ferguson 5700S. $92,500 to purchase that one, and that's gonna have a starting horsepower of 95. So already you got 7 horsepower more for the John Deere as compared to this one, and the starting price of 35,000 for the John Deere as opposed to 92,500. So you're gonna be saving about 60-ish grand almost. So yeah, all in all, this one's a nice one. I think this is definitely worth an install, 100%. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely worth an install. As you said, it's a kind of copy and paste of the previous one in terms of why. I like the four-wheeled cab version. I think that looks really neat. I might actually run that in a field rather than just as a prop. But yeah, it looks great. He does a great job, and it's a nice classic John Deere. Love it.
Will?
I love it. I actually have it installed. I actually have all of his John Deere mods installed. This just adds to the collection. I mean, if you're starting out small, like really small, this is a great one. It's cheap as chips. Um, so um, it looks great, sounds great. Absolutely love it. And my number one favorite brand is John Deere. So yeah, I'm gonna love it. The uh, Speaking of UI modding, we actually have news on him later. So,
Ooh, nice. All right, next one we have is the Transtar 2 by Schultz Modding. Schultz! 20.52 megabytes to install, $45,000 to purchase, 400 power starting. So, all in all, let's take a look at our comparable under trucks. Well, looks like we have a base game, the Transtar 2 Eagle. Again, 45,000 for that one, base horsepower of 400 horsepower. So, essentially the same. Where things kind of split off on this one is the power dynamic. You can go up to 1600 horsepower for the mod as compared to this one only having 400 horsepower. I mean, all in all, for 21 megabytes, getting, basically 4x the amount of power is not going to be worth it for me personally. So this one is going to be a pass, but I can see what the modder was coming up with on this one. I can appreciate it, this one, but just going to be a pass. Ross, what do you think?
Yes, looks great. I love the look of the mod. It's not something that you'd find over here. I think if you're doing like a big road train or something, maybe kind of in the States or the kind of Australia or something, maybe, then it might be one for you. It's not one I'll download just because it doesn't fit in with the maps that I run normally. But it looks great.
And Will?
It looks good. It's definitely another option. If you like the one that's base game, you're gonna love this one. Probably like the one thing I love about this mod though is that he made it compatible with BC Dealer's truck bed pack. That's actually with Giants right now. So that's very exciting for that. Other than that, I haven't really used the base game version. I don't know why. I'm just not a huge fan of like the flat nosed, basically. Um, I'm more of like the long nose kind of semi trucks, like you see here in the U.S. But I could already tell you one truck and one truck only that I would ever use on a European map, and that's the Mercedes trucks from the DLC.
Gotcha. All right, next one we have is the Silo King Selfline 4.0 Premium 221522, again by Hispano. $204,500 to purchase and 218 horsepower. Does have a capacity starting at 22,000 and can go all the way up to 200,000 liters. So for those of you who like the unrealistic capacities, there you go. Closest comparable we're going to have is going to be the, I believe, K-Brand SPW Intense 25.2 CL. So taking a look at that one there, we have a starting horsepower of 250 and a capacity of $25,000 or 25,000 liters. So already we're going to be saving on this mod about, what is that? Just shy of 30 grand, about $28,000 we're going to save. And we're going to be losing 3,000 liters on this mod compared to the K brand. And let's see, horsepower. We're gonna take a little hit on the horsepower as well. K brand is 250. This is 218. So you're gonna be losing about, what is that, 32? Yeah, 32 horses. So all in all, for an additional 31 megabytes on this mod, I don't know if it's going to be worth it. I mean, you're going to take a hit on the power, you're taking a hit on the tub size, and you're also taking a hit on the well, not taking a hit on the price because it is a little bit cheaper. But I don't think there's anything in it that is going to be significant enough for me to be like, okay, I'm going to install it for near 30 megabytes. So, yeah, this one's going to be a pass for me. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't tend to use these all in one kind of forage wagons. I think they're very rare in the UK. Most kind of dairy farms you'd be running trailed machines just because they're so expensive in real life. So because I tailor a lot of my games around to what I'd find around here, it's not something I'd use. And if I did use one, I'd use what we have in the base game. So it doesn't add enough for me.
And Will?
Well, I would definitely have to agree with Ross and Maz there. I definitely use like a trail behind version of them. That's what you see more around where I'm from. I know in some parts of the U.S. you'd see like these kind of mixtures. I actually am subscribed to a YouTube channel over on YouTube. It's like AR Agriculture or something like that. And he was actually at a dairy farm, and they had one of these, the exact same one actually. So, I mean, it's not something that I would use personally. So,
Gotcha. All right, moving on to the next one we have is the Fella TS800 by Hans. Hey, 13.73 megabytes to install, $12,495 to buy. We have a, let's see, power requirement of 40 and a 8-meter working width. So, taking a look at the, base game. Let's see, windrower is here. And we're looking at 8 meters. Ooh, closest one's going to be the Smaz Z2840H, $19,500 to purchase, and a working width of 8.4 meters. So this one here is $12,495. So it's going to be about, what is that? It's about 6 and change less grand for this one, for the mod. We're going to be losing out on 0.4 meters in width, and the horsepower that is required is half for the mod as compared to the base game Samaz. So all in all, for 14 megabytes, this is a nice little find here. Be able to have something that's going to be just a little bit cheaper, not a ton, but enough, and yeah, it's going to be a good little addition in my opinion. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I like it as a mod. It's the right kind of size for kind of what I'd see on farms around here. The only thing for me is the brand. Most of what I see around here are kind of Krone, Kuhn class. So if it was for me, I'd probably stick with one of those brands to be more familiar to me. But it's looks good. Would fit well on a UK map. So yeah, I might give it a go.
And Will?
and I'm not totally into or have ever really used like rotary rigs like this. You don't really see them that much in the States. I mean, you do, but it's not very often. You see more mergers than anything. Now maybe even wheel rigs, but not really rotor rigs. So this would be a patch for me. Um, I know DTAP Gaming messaged me 30 minutes ago. I just saw it on Discord, said screen is black, which I think you might have already took care of that problem.
Yep, that's all. Should be all set. All right, so next one we have is the Grimmy Evo 280. This is by 76 Max, 34.32 megabytes to install. We have a price point starting at 180,000, 200 horsepower required, and a working width of 1.5 meters. We also have the Gen 1 version of this for $195,000, 200 horsepower required, and 1.5 meters. So all in all, what we have here is, and capacities, 10,000 liter capacities for each. We got a little potato harvester is what we got going on here. Me personally, right off the rip, it's going to be a pass. For 1.5 meter working with, it's going to be forever and a day to get anything done on this one. But let's take a look at our closest comparables. I believe under potato technology, it's going to be well, it's going to be the Grimmy Evo 290. It's going to be the closest one for this one here. We've got a price point of $205,000, 200 horsepower required, and 1.5 meters. So it's got same working width. It's got a little bit more expensive for the base game price. as opposed to this one, you can get it down to 180,000. So you're going to be saving about, what is that, 25K. And the capacity of 10K for the mod as compared to 12K for the base game one. So all in all, like I mentioned, it's going to be a pass, but yeah, there are some bright points, not enough in my opinion. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I could actually see using this to an extent if the 290 wasn't in the base game. So I think in terms of what it adds over the base game, it's not enough for me to download. If it's going to be one of those things, if you are playing and you've got a 280 on your farm, then maybe you might want to download it to add that realism. We've got the correct model, but for me, it doesn't add enough. I've never done potato farming personally, so I'm not familiar enough with it. But yeah,
Well, it sounds like that you've saved yourself a nightmare.
yeah,
Farming potatoes in the game, I mean, unless you got about 20 hours to kill, I mean, yeah, I can spend it doing a lot of other things.
it's a hire a worker job, that one, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Will, what do you think?
I mean, it's gonna be a hard pass for me. I'm thankful it's here because it's another option for someone to use if they want to, which is great. But for me, I don't really do potatoes, so they would definitely be a hard pass for me. Um, like a very hard pass. um, and don't lie, BDD. You would love to use this up 4 fields.
Oh, yeah, no, I would absolutely just eat my heart out just going 1.5 meters at a time on a map where a quarter of the map is a field. Oh, let me tell you, that's one that I would do like absolutely by myself with no GPS, no workers, no. That's the kind of player I am. Pure unadulterated torture. Call me masochist Dave. Moving on, we've got the Lizard PPB 1220D. This is by NicoDo55, 10.25 megabytes to download, $32,000 to buy, and a auto load feature that's available for this. This is a bale trailer. All in all, I like it. I think this is really nice. Yeah, for 11 megabytes, you get yourself a pretty big pull behind trailer. Does have the swivel axle in the back though, so be aware of that. Other than that, this is nice. I like it. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact they've used my telehandler in one of the screenshots, so that's nice. But no, the trailer is as a whole. I mean, I tend to avoid the trailers with the front dollies, if I'm honest, because we don't tend to have them as much. I mean, we do have them over here, but not where I've worked. And I probably would avoid the Lizard brand. But it's a nice big trailer. It's nice they've added the auto load. But yeah, it's a pass for me.
And Will?
It's gonna be a hard pass for me. I mean, it is a lizard brand. I mean, it doesn't really bother me too much if it is a lizard brand, um, but a dolly. There are some things I can stand that are dollies, but this is one that's not going to be that. So, but I mean, if you like it, you like it. You know.
Alrighty, next one we have is the Lizard BB18B and BB24TRD. This is by HG Model, NicoDo55, and Nathiel. And this is going to have a size of 42.42 megabytes to install. We have we have a trailer that is going to cost you $26,000 and a capacity starting out at 20,600. And then we have the $34,000 version, and that one will hold 24,500 liters at starting. So right off the bat, one thing to note, the first trailer, the BB18B, is a is not the $1,000 per 1,000 liters. For some reason, dyslexia was kicking in there for some reason, even though I've not been diagnosed with it. So yeah, you're going to be spending just a smidge over $1,000 per 1,000 liters, which is kind of the metrics that I try to go for. The second trailer there, well above that even. So you're basically getting about an extra, 4,000 liters, but you're going to be spending about just shy of 10 grand, about 8 grand more than what you got in the other trailer. So overall, for an additional 43 megabytes, the trailers look great. Don't get me wrong, but I just can't justify putting 43 megabytes on my machine for trailers that don't have that kind of price point that I look for. So for me, this is going to be a pass. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean it's a pass for me for similar things before. It's the Lizard branding. Clearly, this mod is trying to get like I don't know what the actual original brand of this is, but they're getting their products into game, which is I'm sure great for that manufacturer in that area. I mean, I'm biased. I'm gonna just run Bailey trailers because they're the ones I've created, if I'm honest. And this doesn't add anything over those. But yeah, that's my opinion. And if you're familiar with this brand in your area, then I'm sure it looks great, but not one for me.
And let's face it, that high lift Bailey, that's a brilliant mod. I absolutely love that came into base game, or that came into the game. So that's definitely one that I'd run over this one any day. Will, what
Thank
do you
you.
think?
For me, it'd be a pass for me. If I used any trailers like that, it would either be the cloth trailers that came in that pack that we got a couple weeks ago. It would definitely be the Bailey trailers from Russell Mods, which I also know there's no one that's a Lizard brand, but they're blue. I know they came out, I think, from Fast Farming. Um, and then there's also a Red Rock trailer that I also have, but that's a Lizard brand. Um, so those right there are all the ones I would use. So that would be a pass for me. I do know that the brand, because we got the exact same two, but as updates for PC is Remont, Erimont, Remont. So
Hmm. Alrighty, next one we have is the Kverneland Optima V by Matt26, 6.02 megabytes to install, $29,000 to purchase, 70 horsepower required, and 1,360 liter capacity. It also has a working width of 4.5 meters. So checking out our base game stuff here, we've got under, let's see, planters. There it is. Closest comparable we're gonna have is going to be the Amazon Persea 4500 2C Super, $49,500 to purchase, and a power requirement 150 horsepower, 1,580 liter capacity. So taking a look at that. So overall, 29,000 for the mod versus 49,500. So you're going to be saving 20 grand right off the bat. 4.5 meter working width for both of these, and a capacity. The Amazon has a 1,580 liter capacity versus the mods 1,360. So you're going to be missing out on just shy of 200 liters ish. So that is not a ton. All in all, for less than 7 megabytes to install, and you get to save 20 grand, same working width, less power, about half the power, and just a slightly smaller capacity. Yeah, I'm going to take this. Absolutely. Over what we have here in base game. So this would be a download 100%. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean it's certainly a small file size. They've done well to get it into 6 meg. I think for me the seeders, I tend to use ones that can have a front tank. Tend to avoid ones that can't have a front tank, and assume this one isn't compatible. Just because I find you just run out of seed too quickly. So it probably would be a pass for me on that basis, but it would fit well within the UK maps. But yeah, just for that front tank reason.
Will, what do you think?
For me, this is definitely for your small farm shenanigans. Um, uh, I personally don't think I would ever use this. Like the smallest size, like cedar or planter I go for is a 6 meter. So, it looks fantastic though. Don't get me wrong, it looks absolutely fantastic, but it'd be a hard pass for me.
Gotcha. All right, next one we have is the Lizard Homemade Disc Harrow by Velux, 3.53 megabytes to install, price point of $6,000, and working with a 3.2 meters. Now, this is under the Disc Harrows category, so let's go ahead and bring those up. Looking for, let's see, 3.2 meters. Closest one is going to be the CrossMax 300 by Noach, and that's going to be a starting price point of $9,000 and a horsepower required of 95. So horsepower isn't listed on the mod here. Let's see, $6,000 for the mod versus 9,000, so you're going to save $3,000, and you get 0.2 meters more with the mod versus the CrossMax, which is only 3 meters. For less than 4 megabytes, yeah, if you want a little disc harrow, this will be a good little option for you. Gonna save money, less power. Yeah, all in all, well, I don't know if it's less power, but save money and more meterage. That's what I was going for. Yeah, I like it. I'd absolutely install it. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, most of the harrows, I think I'd go for a folding one. If I was using one, it's just a little bit narrow for me. It's a nice mod. I think this modded mainly does kind of homemade stuff, which is quite nice to see. And I'm sure they're kind of developing their skills, because that's kind of one of the easiest things to do is you can be completely creative. You don't have to follow what a manufacturer's done. I think it's a pass for me, but yeah, nice to see in the game.
Absolutely. Will, what do you think?
Um, it'd be a hard pass for me. Once again, this is definitely for your small farm shenanigans. Um, so yeah, I would not foresee myself ever using it. So that would be a hard pass for me.
Gotcha. All right, next one we have is the Quickie Pallet Forks. This is by Not Polar, 0.92 megabytes to install, a price point of $1,565. This is made for front loaders and or wheel loaders. Yeah, overall, it's a set of pallet forks. Not too terribly much to say about it. I mean, taking a look at, let's see, we'll take a look at our front loader tools. We got the Albert pallet fork for $1,700, so this is a little bit cheaper at $1,565. So save you a couple $100, but overall, nothing to complain about, nothing to write home about. I mean, you're talking less than a megabyte. You're gonna save a little bit of cash, but not much. Yeah, overall, I really can't be pushed in either direction on this one, so I'm just gonna kind of leave it there. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say either way, really. It's clearly detailed model, looks very accurate to the real thing, having known them quite well. But I tend to use pallet forks on the JCB telehandlers on the stuff I run anyway. At which point these wouldn't be compatible. Yeah, if you're looking for a front loader pallet fork, they look great. If you're not, then I'd leave it. It's not a lot to say, really.
I was in the same boat. Will, what do you think?
It'd be a pass for me. I mean, it's some pallet forks. I mean, if you like the brand Quickie and you use pallet forks a lot, I mean, I do too, but I usually use ones that are base game. I actually have a modded version that you can open up, and it goes on the front of a wheel loader, and you can put like 4 or 5 pallets on there at once. So, but yeah, but this right here would be a pass for me.
Right there with you. Alrighty. Catching up with the chat here real quick. We got, I believe, Farmer Groot. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Saying hi there to DTAP. Let's see. We got people saying that the screen was black. I do apologize for that. Again, Ken, big shout out for you for the $2 super chat. Greatly appreciate that. We got, let's see, DTAP says, there we go, referring to my stupidity being corrected. Let's see. We got Farmer Groot says, he's back, LOL. We got Ken says, OMG, I thought I was going blind. No. Or maybe, you know what? Maybe that was it. Maybe I'm not stupid. Maybe I was just gaslighting the audience and just letting them think that something was there when it really wasn't. Anyways, again, Gold Gaming with the gifted membership. Gold, thank you again so much for that. Greatly appreciate it. We got DTAP says, hey to Gold. Gold says, DTAP. We also got 17 required mods. Hashtag not happening. I'm right there with you there, bud. Goldos says 3 max for me. Yeah, that's about what I look for as well when I'm playing through stuff. Ken says Steiger power, Steiger. Let's see. Ken says also that John Deere should be in a museum as a collectible. Yes, that would be a cool little addition if somebody could put a collectible John Deere like that. That would be sweet. Ken also says John Deere shenanigans, LOL. All right, moving on. We've got, let's see, I think I left off with the stables without fences. This is by Farmer5 Tom, 21.86 megabytes to download. And we got a few different options here. We got, pens for cows, pigs, horses, and sheep/goats. So our cows have a small and a large version where we have 40 versus 80. Now the large does come with the Vector, which is the automatic feeder. We got pigs, small and large. Difference between those is 80 animals versus 250. Horses. Now, this one I don't think is right there, Will, and now correct me if I'm wrong. The small will hold 16, but the large will hold 20. I thought that the horses were capped at 16.
So they are. Even though it says 20, they are capped at 16. So I don't know. I don't even know why they would even put that.
I mean, is there a mod available for PC Mac where it can expand that? By chance, maybe?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm not aware of it either. But then there's the goats, small and large, or sheep/goats. Small will hold 20, and the large will hold 60. So unfortunately, there's no price points or anything that is listed for this. So there's really nothing for me to do a good comparable to. But just kind of looking at this kind of in a vacuum, for 21 megabytes, we've got basically what appears to be the kind of base game barns and buildings. They just don't have that kind of external fence beyond the beyond the actual barn itself. So this one here likely going to be a pass for me for 22 megabytes. I can just stick with the stuff in base game and kind of move on from there. I mean, unless this is significantly cheaper, which I don't have anything to pull and look towards at this point. So, yeah, this is just going to be a pass. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it depends what you're creating on your map. I mean, the fixed kind of pen size can be a little bit annoying if you're trying to integrate a building into a map that's already quite detailed. You may not have the space for the full thing, so I can kind of see where this might be useful. But for me, I download it if I needed that quite niche kind of requirement. If not, it's a pass.
Gotcha. Will, what do you think?
It's a hard pass for me. I'm not really a huge fan of the fenceless pastures. I mean, they are nice because it allows you to put down your own fence. But I don't really typically use fenceless pastures usually. So, so it'd be a hard pass for me. Plus, plus there's another mod out already that I mean, they're not fenceless, but it holds like the big cow barn with the feeding robot holds 2,000 cows,
Oh
and it's
wow.
only like something. It's only like it's by uh it's by oh this is gonna bug me now. He made I really drawn up like right now. Oh man, I feel dumb. All right, give me
Well, I'll tell you what, while you're thinking of it, let's go ahead and move on to the next one. So, next one we have is the Large Pole Barn by FSG Modding FSG Devar, 5.13 megabytes to download. And we got 5 different buildings available for this one. Perfect for role playing and to build progress from frame to finished barn. 30 different color options to help you fully customize your farm. We got different states on this one. So state number 1 starts at 31,000, going all the way up to state 5, which is 95,000. So basically you can kind of progress the kind of build that you're in. So you got your kind of state 1 here where it's just kind of the bare frame on the bottom, then you kind of build it up from there, and so on and so forth. All in all, this actually looks pretty decent. It looks really nice. I like this one for 6 megabytes, not that bad. And starting out at $31,000 is not a bad price. Now, one thing that I would really like to know, which I don't see anything here, is this a constructible or is this just something that you place down in the state and then just kind of delete, build it up, delete, build it up, delete, build it up kind of thing. That I'm not certain about. But if this is one of those where you're placing it down in stage 1 and it's like permanently set at stage 1 until you delete it and add it to stage 2, this will get really expensive really quickly. Because essentially, and I could be wrong about this, so if either of you know, let me know. But typically when you put down a building, let's say for 31 grand, and you go ahead afterwards and delete it, you're going to recoup half the money back for selling it. So you're going to be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and you're not going to be getting a lot of money back on this one if this follows the same train of logic there. So overall, this is good. What's that?
Is that the large pole barn from
FSG modding? Yes.
yeah. So you can't. So yes, you do it that way. But they also have it as a constructible as
So,
well.
okay, so they have 2 versions of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, if they've got a constructible version of this, then sign me up. Sign me up for this one. I like that. Um, like I said, if this was
Calvary Roy.
strict, what's that?
So so the author I was thinking about was Calvary Roy.
Okay.
That was a bigger
Oh,
animal barns.
oh yes, yes. Okay, yes, I know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, the that mod by Kevin Leroy that is a sharp one, especially if you want to have like bigger access to kind of those kind of stock standard
Yeah.
barns and whatnot. But yeah, all in all, this one, now that I know that there is a constructible version and these kind of predetermined versions, I could sign up for this one. Absolutely. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I just kind of ditto what you said. Like as a non-constructible, I don't see anything for me. But as a constructible, personally, I don't really haven't really used constructibles that much because the amount of time I get to play the game, I don't normally have that much time. But I like the idea of that. I think that's a really cool kind of integration and nice to see something be developed as if it was real life. So that's nice. So yeah, I would, if I was more of a player, then I definitely would include that for sure.
And Will?
Oh, I absolutely love this mod. I absolutely love that they made it as a constructible. So you can go through the stages. So like, let's just say if you're building your way up and it's like, okay, I need a new barn. Well, instead of having like place it down, so you have like the frame and then you got to delete it, then put the next stage up. You can just start building it up and and you'll see it like get built basically. I think constructibles was probably one of the best things that Giants put in FS25. I just wish more modders would use it to like build like a cow barn or build like a chicken coop, you know, like in
Yeah,
real life.
it would be nice. It'd be nice if almost all placeables could be constructibles. I've no idea how hard that is to implement as a modder because I only do vehicles, but that would be really really nice if that was kind of almost like a requirement.
Because I reached out to FSG modding, and he stated that they are going to be working on another cow barn. They don't know when, but when they do, they are going to make it as a constructible. You can also
Nice.
place it down regular too. So I wish more modders would take effect of that because in real life it's not like you're just gonna you know go up to like a building crew and be like, I want this building, and then, boop, there it is. They actually have to come out, dig around it, and build it. So it gives it more of that realism, which I absolutely love.
Yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree. All right, next one we have is the Old Shed. This is by Modding Association Katsu, 12.4 megabytes to install, $59,500 to buy. So this one here definitely has that niche style to it. And because of that, it's going to be a pass. It looks fantastic. It looks absolutely amazing. I love the brickwork that is on the inside of this building. It looks like there's almost several different styles of brickwork on this one. Even got multiple different styles of roofs on this as well. So it's just got a lot of detail to it. I mean, for 13 megabytes, it looks nice, but this almost looks like, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but this almost looks like a Dutch style of building. Almost like something you'd see from, oh goodness, why can't I remember their name? Well, anyways,
D- DMI.
yeah, that's the style it reminds me of. But I like this because, like I said, you could see on the second screenshot here of the kind of more organized bricks on the left hand side here, but then on the right you kind of get the kind of more older looking style on the right there. I don't know, it just looks nice. I think it's a sharp looking building, just too niche for my liking. So going to be a pass. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I really like the older bricks. I think that's a really nice texture. For me, most sheds and kind of placeables, it depends what farm you're trying to create, and if this fits in with that theme, then I think it's a great option. I like to make sure that the sheds are in keeping with where you're placing them. So it's very much personal preference to what theme you're trying to create for me.
Gotcha. And Will, what do you think?
Um, it's not really my kind of style of a building. It looks great. It looks really highly detailed, but it's just not my kind of style. So it would be a pass for me.
All right. Next one is the Old Stables, also by Modding Association Katsu, 21.41 megabytes to download. Got a price point of $79,500, and we have a capacity for our sheep barn of 48 animals, and then capacity for our cows, 28. And there's also a manure heap for $5,000 with 40,000 liter capacity. So again, take everything I said, copy and paste it, apply it to this one. Looks great. Love it. Looks fantastic. The fact that we have the addition of the kind of animal element to it is awesome. But yeah, overall, looks like the same exact building plus a little additional animal storage. So, going to be a pass for me, but not through lack of effort. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why they haven't bundled it into the previous, because it would have been a smaller download if you wanted both. But it's the same thing. with different functionalities. So exactly the same as what we said before, really.
And Will?
Copy and paste what I said.
Moving on, we got the placeable objects from Wampsville, New York, and more. This is by DTAB Gaming, 142.55 megabytes to download. So this, take everything that I said about the Wampsville map that kind of involved the update with the production points, the placeables, the constructibles, the all that stuff, the roller coasters, the roundabouts, the deco, all that stuff was placed into this pack. Basically, that's what this is just a pre-pack package of all the assets within Wampsville. And absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. There's a ton of stuff here for you to be able to kind of customize and bring into your map. For 142.55 megabytes to download, that's going to be a huge commitment for console players. If you're on PC, I mean, it is what it is, but you get so many different assets on this that I personally, because now I am on PC, I have it installed, love it. Being able to have a placeable, things such as the toy maker for your productions, awesome. The roller coasters, love those too. All in all, love it. I can see this being a huge issue for console players because of the megabyte size, but other than that, it's great. I love it. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I really like it. It's nice to be able to bring those assets to so people can customize their maps a lot easier. And when I was more of a player and less of a modder, certainly was definitely looking for things like that to try and customize your spaces more, and this definitely adds to that. I am on PC, so as you say, the download size is less of an issue, but can see how that would be an issue. It's it does probably isn't really, the assets aren't particularly in keeping with what I tend to run, but I love it. Yeah.
And Will?
For me, I love it. I absolutely do. I think it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, if I was on PC, I would grab it. Especially being able to with place like your own roller coaster down, especially one that goes with the seasons. So I'm very interested to see like what it's like during Christmas time, like during winter. Um, so it definitely sparked an interest. So I love it though.
Gotcha. All right, next one we have is the Wood Cow Barn. This is by A2OK, 20.37 megabytes to download, a price of $15,000, and will hold 35 cows. So on the surface, looks fantastic. It's got that kind of old weathered look, absolutely down packed. The roof pans on this just got that kind of old rusted, kind of just beaten up kind of look to it. The old school charm of the outer walls there, the wooden kind of construction to it, really nice. And then you get on the inside and just all the details that you see in this. Between the wood grain on the outside, you got the pitchforks, the kind of buckets that are laying around, the place where the cows kind of roam inside the barn. It just looks fantastic. I think this is an absolutely brilliant looking mod, especially if you're kind of looking for that kind of old school charm. I think this is going to be kind of a good one to have. And only 15 grand for 35 cows. Sign me up all day, all night for this one. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, really detailed mod. Looks great. I love the kind of water pipes and stuff that are kind of put around on the inside as if it was in real life. Like it looks great. As I said before, with all placeables, I think it probably wouldn't fit in with what I do. But if I was looking for this kind of rundown type shed and it was in keeping with the map I was running, then 100% looks amazing.
And Will?
Um, I love it. Um, it's very very highly detailed. I will put it that way. Um, it looks absolutely fantastic. If you're starting out and you just want to get some cows, this is the way to go. Especially if you're starting out, like start from scratch. It's an older style barn, so it would fit in great.
Alrighty, next one we have is the Southern Brazil Wood House. This is by Gain FS. 17.72 megabytes to download and a price point of $11,000. And yeah, we got ourselves a nice little house here. And Will, what can we do with this one?
You can go inside. Woo!
You can go inside. So right off the bat, very nice, especially when you consider that it's less than 20 megabytes. It's got tons of detail around this one. So, I mean, you really, again, can't go wrong with this one. The only thing is that, again, because this is a Southern Brazil style home, it's going to fit on a very specific region map. So you're going to be on a South American style map for this to kind of really make sense and fit into. So for that one, it's going to be a pass if and only if I am ever on a South American map, then I would absolutely install this 100%. But it's going to be a very niche case in that respect. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, this modder is does a lot of kind of Brazilian based stuff. It looks great. Love the fact that you can go inside and it's in the detail. It's not something I will use because I'm very unlikely to run a map from that area. But if you are, then sure, download it.
Will?
Well, just like what Russell Mott said. I mean, if you're playing on a map that's in that specifically general area, go for it. Like go for it. Plus it's nice because you can go inside. So there's that. I'm very thankful for that. Um, so that's a big old thumbs up. It looks fantastic. It's actually pretty highly detailed. Um, uh, but um, there's actually one mod that's coming out that I don't think any farmhouse would beat. So,
Oh, that's a pretty bold
which is
claim there,
actually
sir.
it's in testing right now with Giants. I think it's in council testing actually. It's uh it's the Barnuminian from
Mm-hmm.
ICUS. So
Alrighty, next one we have is the GDR Metal Mesh Panel Fence by Bartman, 3.8 megabytes to download and $60 per fence. I mean, all in all, it's a fence. And if you're in that kind of, you know, European style map, this will fit in very nicely there. Again, I think GDR is the German Democratic Republic, if I'm not mistaken. So you're going to be kind of that German style of fencing here. All in all, again, it's going to be that kind of niche look to it that's going to fit on very specific styles. And because of that, it's going to be a pass. But there's nothing about it that's going to be really otherworldly disqualifying other than its kind of nicheness. Ross, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, kind of what you said. If you're looking for that fence for your map, then if it's in keeping, then great. I don't particularly like the top of the fence, the way it's finished. I don't think that's very natural as to how it would be in real life, personally. You wouldn't end up with kind of lots of spiky bits. Yeah, it would be a pass for me.
And Will?
um, it's very rare I would ever use a fence. There are some fences I do use, but this would definitely be a pass for me though.
Yeah, this one, like it's definitely kind of one of those looks where it's like the built out of necessity rather than having anything out of like convenience or quote unquote kind of poshness. So this looks like it's just something that okay, we're gonna build this just because it needs to have a function rather than it needs to look good.
Mhm.
So it's just one of those like if you're looking for like a bare bone basic fence, this is going to be a good option for you. And again, if it's something that's going to fit your map, going to be a good fit for you. But yeah, other than that, it's just nothing really kind of jetting out from it. But that's the end of the new mods, and we do have quite a few updates to go over for this one. Holy smokes. This week for updates was absolutely nuts. So starting out with Fronstetten, this is a European map by Yogi. The changelog was 1.0.0.1, and it reads, to be able to use all changes, a new save game is recommended. Now, I will say that there's a lot of stuff going on in this one that I don't necessarily understand, and I made that very well known in my update video. I think there's also a kind of language barrier that's also a part of this, so bear with me for just a second. So it starts with saying, start farm bale storage trigger positioned more optimally. Farm to Kali lifting platform removed and trigger moved to the control cabinet. Pedestrian spline optimized. Farm to Kali integration into the wall farm silo. Image errors in store icons eliminated. Farm 3 decoration mod, one more saleable building. Map rand Kali adjusted. Now, what I think this is meant to say, this map rand, I think that's supposed to be map end Kali adjusted. I could be wrong about that, but I was actually talking to another modder out there, and they seem to think that that may have been what was meant to be there. Next one is icon for manure and manure purchase integrated. Animal trade manure trigger optimized. Translation error in hay drying on farm 1 eliminated. Farm 1 calf barn feed tarpaulin adjusted. Svelte integrated into productions. Farm 4 wall moved due to door in wall. Bale storage on farm 1 fixed with roof. Pallet storage on farm 2 fixed. Polytunnel pallet spawner adjusted. Various Kali and visual defects fixed. Farm 2 dairy trigger optimized. Ground angle fixed. Clover, alfalfa, winter barley, winter wheat, and flowering cover crops added. Clover and alfalfa can be used as bales are ensiled. Feeding adjusted so the new crops can be fed. Chicken feed added, which can be purchased in the hall at the scales. Other consumables can also be purchased there. Nav mesh chicken starting farm fixed. Entrance to the machine shop adjusted. Pig farm including decorations can be removed. Lights installed on farm 1 and 2. So that's everything for that changelog. I went through the changelog in my update video, and for the most part, things seem to be lining up based on what the map maker here had laid out. So was very pleased to see all those updated. Let's see. Gentlemen, do you have anything to add for that one there? Ross, starting with you.
No, not really. I mean, it's not a map I'm familiar with. And yeah, like I say, there's a bit of a language barrier clearly there, so it's slightly hard to interpret. But yeah, I don't really have anything to add on that.
Will, what about you?
Me, not really. I mean, it is a beautiful map. I have gone around to look at it. But it's definitely not my kind of style of map, so it'd be a pass for me.
All right, next one is Wernerlau Farm by MS Modding, and the changelog for this one is 1.1.0.0, and it read, new save required. Barbed wire fence, short blocking gates entrances, can now own the farmland, e.g. roadside and forest areas. Removed a gate on the lane by field 90, also made the entrance to field 90 by the house wider. Animal trigger fixed on cowshed. Grain shed now able to tip into the main farm. Main farm silage pit now fills. The little yard by the main farm can now be sold. Change starting equipment. So again, went through everything in my changelog here, or in my update video for this changelog, and there was, seemed like everything for the most part seemed to add up. Again, just one of those that was kind of a cleanup for the most part, but this is a really nice map. Really do enjoy this one. It's got a nice little kind of mixture of style of size fields and all that stuff. So you get some smaller fields, some medium fields, and some kind of mid to large size as well. And it's definitely got that kind of European countryside look to it. You know, the small, tight lanes, you know, throughout the pretty much the entirety of the map. The one thing about this map that I will warn against, and I don't see a screenshot that takes it, but the main shop area, if you're trying to get things in and out of the main shop area, especially if you have like trailers and stuff, it's extremely difficult to get in and out of, because it's a very, I don't want to say narrow, but it's narrow enough to where if you're trailing something behind you, you're likely going to get it hooked on the entranceway coming in and out of that area, because basically the entrance that's going into the main shop area is fenced off on one side, and then there's a building directly across the road from it. So you've basically got the width of the lane that you're coming in and out of, and the kind of narrow entranceway that you're leaving the shop. So it does make for very tight surroundings, especially if you're trying to get bigger equipment in and out of there. And big is relative in this case. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Ross, do you have anything to add?
Not a huge amount. I've only briefly used this map. I do like it. It has a nice feel to it. Fits quite well with areas. I know you, as you say, you do need to keep your machinery fairly compact for this one, to run it well. But if you're trying to run that size of farm, it's a nice map, and yeah, as you say, the updates are mainly kind of just cleaning it up, really.
Will, what about you?
For me, I actually have not played on this one, so I have no idea. But if what you're saying is if it's like that, it'd be a hard patch for me. So
And let's see, catching up with the chat here real quick. We got, let's see, I think I left off with Ken said, don't have time to rear horses. There's farming to do, lol. Yeah, no, horses are something that I tend to avoid as well there, Ken. DTAP says, I've heard one of them is a constructible, referring to that building we were talking about earlier. Also, there are very time consuming, but they are doable constructibles. Yes, I agree. Let's see. Ken also said, battery running low, time to recharge. Catch y'all next stream. All right, Ken. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hope you have yourself a fantastic night. You take care. We'll see you again next time. Gary says, I think the constructibles is the best part of FS25. Can't wait for modders to create more constructibles. Yeah, I 100% agree. I love that kind of aspect, to be able to kind of build things up, and like not only build things up, you know, for around the farm, but then to be able to like really go through all the kind of painstaking it takes in order to really build things up. Like that's one of the best features I think that Farming 25 has, or Farm Sim 25 has, is that kind of constructibles to be able to really build up a farm. I just wish it wasn't so limited at the moment. Let's see. Now, moving on to the next one, we have North March Reloaded by LS Schleswig Holsten. And this changelog is changelog 1.1.0.0. Nope, 1.1.0.1. And it reads, please note that the update does not require a new save game, but again, that's specific to that update, because there is one above that for the previous one that says update update required a new save game. So it does have that history of a new save being required. The map location at field 109 was moved to close to the field edge. Approximately 1,000 trees were removed. Walls in the village have received new textures. Minor bug fixed. Now I wish you continued fun with the map, and thank you for your support. So this one, again, kind of a cleanup. Looks like there was a bunch of trees that were removed. Over about 1,000 of them were removed. The map location at field 109 was moved to close to the field edge. I'm not sure what they're referring to with that one. That one, even in my kind of tour there, my update video, I was really kind of struggling on that one. But again, rest of them seem for the most part straightforward. Walls having different textures placed in them, some bug fixes, things along that lines. Pretty solid. Ross, anything you want to add?
Not really. It's not one I've played, so I don't know much about the map. Yeah, and updates seem fairly minor, so I don't really have anything to add on that one.
And Will?
Yeah, I really don't have anything to add. Other than I really like playing those map. So I've seen videos on it, but it's definitely not my style. I mean, if you're big into like Dutch kind of maps, then this would be perfect for you.
All right, next one is an update for Iowa Plains View by Silabuki, and this is an update called changelog 1.0.0.1, and it reads: fixed slurry triggers on hog confinement, added more paintable textures, added options to remove roads and paths on the main farm that could cause issues when placing new placeables. To remove them, sell/remove the decorative wagon on the main farm. The roads and paths are now linked to it. Once removed, farm roads and paths cannot be restored. Save game requirement. No new save game is required for these changes. When loading an old save game, if you already removed the decorative wagon earlier, the roads and paths will no longer be present on the farm. If you did not remove the wagon, the roads and paths will still be present. Exception: a new save game is only required if you want the roads and paths to remain on the farm, but you have already removed the decorative wagon. AKA, there is a new save game required. I wish that it was just a simple yes or no, not kind of caveated in there, as we pointed out, but it is what it is. It's not a huge deal. All in all, the slurry trigger being fixed, amazing. Really like that. The additional paintable textures, again, excellent. Having more options is always a good thing in my opinion. Added options to remove the road paths. This one, I honestly had no idea about this one. The only thing I thought, and again, gentlemen, if you know anything about this, let me know, because I'm just spitballing and guessing here. But I think what this is referring to are the kind of driving splines that are in maps. I think that's what this is talking about, and I don't know. That's the only thing that can kind of come to my mind. Either of you know what this is referring to, Ross?
No, my guess would be as good as yours. Really, is that potentially those splines, but yeah, I'd be guessing.
Will, anything?
Nope. Not at all.
Oh, Mr. FS Encyclopedia.
I'm not really a modder.
This is true. I'll give you that one. All right. So, all in all, this seemed like a pretty solid update, cleaning up a couple of little issues here and there and adding some more stuff to the map. It's already a solid map. Iowa Plains View is a lovely map for those American players out there. So yeah, this one just kind of, kicking it up to the next level. Next one we have is an update to Star Valley by Truck69, and this is changelog 1.0.1.0. It reads: remove grass from inside the stable, remove some trees and bushes from the path, added lime mine collectibles now match map number 21. The lime and fertilizer sale point at the ferry terminal is now operational. Added salt mine. For those unaware, there is sea salt and salt from underground deposits. This would be the second case. The area next to the shop is now purchasable. On the main farm, the pile of salt next to the seed pile has been modified to be solid fertilizer. Fix Northwest Bridge. Other minor fixes. A new save game is required to apply the changes. Thank you for being straightforward with that. All in all, solid update. I went through, everything seemed to be, pan out just fine. The only thing is that the grass that was removed from inside the stable, not quite. There's still some strands here and there inside the stable that I found. So most part it was clean, just a little bit of extra stuff towards the one side of the barn that I remember, but everything else seemed to be pretty solid. Ross, do you have anything to add for this one?
Again, it's not one I've played. Seems to have some nice features though. Um, yeah, like I say, I've not used it, so I haven't really got much to add.
So one thing I'll say about this one is this is basically Riverbend Springs, but on steroids. It's got that
Yeah,
same it's got the same kind of layout and stuff, but some of the road networks have been changed around and all that stuff. And the reason I say it's on steroids is that the hills and undulations, they added a ton of like mountain ranges and, going north to south, like in the south portion of the map, it's really elevated, really built up. And then it really just kind of ebbs and flows from there. It's a pretty intense map. Will, anything you want to add?
Nope.
All right. Let's see. Bunch of updates going on into this page here, and I believe, yeah, that's pretty much it. No, wait, no, I lied. I
Well,
lied.
there are two other updates from Ross and Mods.
I know I passed right by those and I lied. So,
Okay.
anyways, last update or second to last update we have is the Labor Mobile Crane Pack by, you guessed it, Ross and Mods. Ross, you want to walk us through this one?
yeah, sure. So this is listed as an update, but it's technically a new mod. So this is the smaller crane has been added, the LTM 1050. It was suggested by Giants that it gets bundled into the main pack, which I then did. So now, when you either update the LTM 1450, or if you download it from scratch, you now get two cranes. So you get the big crane and then a smaller crane. This is basically requested by a lot of people that use the larger crane in real life. That essentially you take out your little crane to build your big crane, to build the weights on the back of the big crane. So yeah, it's then something I created. You don't have to use the big crane. You can just use the smaller crane. The smaller crane is fairly basic at the minute. There aren't any extra weights or extra jibs or anything. It's something I'm looking into. I know a lot of people would like to add some realism to it, but at the minute it's mainly there to support the big crane. Yeah, that's it really.
Excellent, excellent. And then the next update we have to cover is the JCB Fast Track 4000 Icon, again by Ross and Mods. Ross, you want to run us through this one?
Yeah, sure. So this is a fairly minor update. So it adds a frame to the back of the JCB, which at the minute I get kind of lots of questions as well. What does it do? And the answer is nothing currently. But essentially, what this will then develop onto is both myself and some other modders are looking into creating attachments that can then piggyback onto the back of the fast track. So rather than on the 3-point hitch, it will be on the top above the rear wheels. And things that exist are kind of saddleback sprayers, logging grabs, fertilizer spreaders. This is something that people modify on fast tracks in real life, and those mods are currently in progress. And once they're released, they'll now fit straight onto this. There'll be no further update to make that work. So yeah, let's say at the minute there's not a huge change for people, but some exciting things to come.
Ah, excellent. Now, is that kind of frame that you're talking about? Is that in the sixth screenshot? Is that what you're kind of pointing out in that one?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, that's frame on the back. It's very similar to what was released in the Mercedes DLC on the U2400 and the other one that I can't remember the model number of. It works in the same way, but this one's slightly shorter because there isn't the space on the back of the fast track. So, but what it does allow modders to do now is if they are creating something for the back of the Mercedes, they might consider, well, actually, I can adjust this and also make it work on the back of the fast track.
Excellent, excellent. All right. Well, that is it, with the exception of a few updates from Giants. They put out a whole bunch of updates for the Mercedes-Benz pack, the Plains and Prairies, the Nexat, and the Precision Farming. Um, Other than that, do we want to pick out our favorites for the 8th? Ross, what do you think?
Ooh, yeah, I mean, there were so many. It's quite hard to. uh, let me just scroll back. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna have to plug my own things, really. Is that yeah? I know the crane is got a lot of a lot of positivity out there, and a lot of people love it. A lot of people ask me, what's the crane for? It's a farming game, and yeah, it is a farming game, but there is a lot of people that use it for forestry and other elements, and I think there's a lot of players that appreciate having lots of different aspects into their game, rather than having to play lots of different games. So yeah, it's not where my primary focus will be, in terms of creating things that aren't farming related, but it is something that I wanted to add, and it certainly gets a lot of downloads, so people must love it.
Gotcha. And Will, what about you?
For me, it would definitely have to be the large pole barn from FSG.
Excellent. And me, I think I'm gonna have to go with the placeable objects from Wompsville. I really think that there's so much involved with this that it can add just a whole new layer to pretty much any map that you get your hands on. From being able to build the roller coaster on any map, which is all by itself amazing. As we were talking about earlier, the constructible aspect of this. But I mean, there's like cow barns, there's decorative signs for money generation, there's rocks and radio towers. There's just so much stuff that's in this. And yes, it's almost 150 megabytes. You can get a pretty decent sized map for that. But I mean, the amount of stuff that you're getting out of this is next level. So that's what I'm gonna go with. And that's it. That's all the mods to talk about this week. Do we want to shuffle into the news?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do it. And actually, here, before we get going, got a comment here from Dead Calm. Says, I had a lot of slurry trapped in the pigsty and was happy to see it fixed. Yeah, no, I absolutely could see that one being frustrating, not being able to get your slurry out of there and it just kind of building over time. That would frustrate me too. Just really glad that it didn't require a new save game in order for that to be a possibility to get out. DTAP says, but it's not really a farming simulator, is it? It's more modding simulator because IMO, there wouldn't be a farming simulator without the modders. Giants would have went out of business years ago. Soon reality. Whatever the modders want to make the simulator, LOL. Yeah. I mean, I 100% agree. I think that the whole franchise is hinged upon the modding. No, don't get me wrong. Giants makes an amazing game. Full sentence stop. Without the modders out there, the maps, or I'm sorry, the game would not have the life and legs that it has, in my opinion. I think that the modders out there, every single one of them, Ross, I'm speaking to you as well. I mean, just breathe an extension of life into every part of the game series and makes it as incredible as the game is. So to all the modders out there, thank every single one of you for everything that you do, all the stuff that you put up with, because I know that you all put up with a lot of headaches, and greatly appreciate you for the headaches that you put up with.
Yeah, I ditto that, like, to the other modders as well. Like, there's a lot of time that goes into it, and it does make the game a completely different game. definitely, and giants need the modders, and we need giants to do, they could close us out. So we need each other, and long may that continue, because it is what makes the game special.
100%. Will, take it
Yep.
over whenever you feel up to it.
All right. So the first piece of news we're going to go over is from BB Mods. So this is the AgriFlex update and new project for FS25. So the AgriFlex update, new headers. You get a 5-meter mower. Works on any 3-point tractor, and a 4.5-meter chopper for wood chips, cotton, and chaff. Chaff is new for AgriFlex. Pick up with configurations and small visual fixes. For new project, a wheeled roller based on the Hilarious Stego 485. Returning from FS22 with collaboration from Ridiculous Dominic. Compact silage, super fast, and features additional configurations for field and grass rolling. Some additional new features, but I need to get them in the game first to show them off.
So, just out of curiosity there, fellas, whenever you hear the name Ridiculous Dominic, is there anybody else out there besides me? It's like, how ridiculous is he?
What?
Okay, it's just me. Moving on.
Let's see here. Yeah, it's just showing in the one screenshot. It does show like the chopper going through the cornfield and actually baling up the corn in the chaff bales.
So this update, I'm really looking forward to this. I like this mod, the baler all by itself. The fact that they are building on top of it the kind of like forage attachments for this, I think that's a really cool update. Having its own chopper, having its own kind of mower attachment, I think that's going to be really cool. Not the most realistic, but still pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So guarantee I won't use it.
See, everybody, he says that he won't, but he's gonna go out after this installs, or after this comes out. He's gonna go install it, and he's just gonna use it. He's just gonna use it all behind the scene. He's just gaslighting us right now. Again, I used that earlier, but he's gonna gaslight you right now. He's gonna go home and use it. And
I won't. Ross, do you have anything to add with that or no?
No, not really. I think you kind of covered it.
New mods there. Yeah, there you go. Rooster Mods posted this. The Parker 4000 has been submitted for Mod Hub, and it's been submitted to Mod Hub for testing. Hopefully, it can get through quickly, but we will see. So it's basically his gravity wagon, but with a dual door instead of a one door. I can't wait for this.
Same. I think that I've always liked gravity wagons. The reason being is let me back up. So my grandfather had something similar to this. It wasn't the same brand, but he'd used gravity wagons on his farm. But where I really kind of caught a whole new appreciation for these was a farm that is open to the public. They're located way far south, over by my old house before I moved. And what they ended up doing is when they opened up to the public, they have a whole bunch of stuff for like kids and whatnot, and they took like old farm equipment and like fitted it out with kind of different purposes. So what they ended up doing is they took a dual door gravity wagon like this and building up like a giant backboard, and they mounted basketball hoops to it. So when you throw the ball through the hoop, the ball falls into the gravity wagon and comes shooting out the grain doors. And then they built a little kind of ramp sled kind of thing that then just kind of delivers the ball back to the person, so you can just keep shooting threes kind of thing. But that's where I kind of fell in love with these. Always liked them, fell in love when I saw that, because it's like, you know what, that's creativity right there.
Yeah. Let's see. Next one is from Icus. You know, I have a news video without Icus. So it says had a few days off posting, but today is the day when I want to show you when I want to show you new one, big modern house for all platforms. On screen with the new building for modern series. I will do that right and better than me. Oh no, sorry. I'm not good. I'm not good with the building mode in FS, but I am sure you will do that right and better than me with a laughing face. Then of course the house works. The house is in works, and of course with an interior. Looks great.
Yeah, it definitely looks sharp. I mean, it's definitely that more modern style of building, which I'm not personally that into, but I mean, it's definitely got a good look to it.
Oh, yeah. Ross, if you ever have like an opinion on a mod or something that or any news that we're going over, please just feel free to jump in.
Yeah, sure, we'll do.
Got news from JMZ. It says Cedar Romanco OptiCrop is almost finished. So,
I mean, here's another one from JMZ. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they've pretty much gotten almost the entire lineup of Romeco products out to us.
yeah.
I mean, it's great. It's fantastic. Adds more variety into the game. For the most part, the Romeco brands tend to be, a bit cheaper, a bit like the same working with, all that stuff. I mean, it is a manufacturer that's overseas, so not something that's going to fit into every single map play that you do. But hey, it's there for you.
Yeah, I mean the model looks really detailed. Looks like it's done a great job. Let's say it's not something I'd use because of the brand, but the mod has certainly done a good job.
100% agree.
Yeah. So your next one is going to be UI modding. Take a look at this beauty. I am very excited for this tractor. The amount of console players that have been asking for this tractor to come to all platforms is ridiculous. And now it's coming from UI modding.
I love it. Absolutely love it. It's one of those where the tractors themselves it looks fantastic. It's got that old school flair to it. The big kind of boxy style. Got that 2-wheel drive version, 4-wheel drive version to it. Yeah, I'm gonna be very happy once this is here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, it looks great.
Let's see here. Why is my phone? My phone's glitching out. Okay, here we go. All right. Next one is me. It's actually Friday from JHHG Modding from the partner Keen Fab or Keenan Fab. Basically, it's for their stock rollers. Uh, so they're going to work at 18.6 miles an hour with the working speed. It weighs 880 kilograms. It's going to cost $6,900.
Easy over there.
uh, and it's going to require 100 horsepower, working with the 6.1 meters. Basically, the only ones that are able to work with this right now are his two 8Rs. But he is going to he's going to try to he's going to try to make a like the newer 8Rs and stuff like that for it to be applied to. I also know that oh yeah, that's just right there. His 8R series 2022. So and then I know that someone asked him if he's going to make the like the 9R and the 9RX with the stock roller attachment, and all he said is thumbs up. So it could be seen something else from him. So this basically is like a mulcher, not for your front of your tires. So in real life, you'd use these so then the stock couldn't puncture the tires on the tractor. So
Yeah, I think.
I
Go ahead.
was just going to say it adds a bit of realism, I guess, if that's something you're familiar with in real life.
Yep, 100%.
oh yeah. Let's see. The next one is from Dense Modding. So I'm not sure about this combo. Is gonna be much used on your save games. And just so you don't worry, I will show you the narrow spacing too. Stay tuned for more. So it's just more pictures of his 6R, which looks fantastic.
Yeah, looks great.
So
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and then I say that mod was removed. Yeah, then we got new news from Jake Dub 77. Said his map has completed the first round of testing again. He said I expect more info next week. I'll keep you posted. So
now, based on what I've heard from a stream that he did, I think it was yesterday. I could be wrong about the day. I'm pretty sure it was yesterday though. He fully expects the map to fail testing, and that it's going to get rejected and sent back to him for like coding errors and stuff like that. So he's got another version that he has been working on in the background to get all those issues that he found fixed, to then resubmit to Giants once they kind of fail it outright.
I'm excited for that map.
It's going to be a brilliant map. Like I said, so the video that I watched yesterday was him kind of going through and doing his own kind of map tour kind of thing. And he had made a lot of changes from when I did my early access map tour, which was only like a couple of weeks ago. So in that short time span, he has made a lot of changes. Things like the animal dealer no longer is broken out into two separate locations, that the building has been actually moved around. There's been like just a lot of like tidying up, cleaning up stuff, and like a lot of functionality stuff in the background as well to just get it ready for its final release and debut.
Yep. Let's see here. Finish from custom modding. Just a everyone a quick monthly update. Um, they have reached they have reached 4,134 members on their Patreon. So I
Oh,
don't really go
nice.
for Patreon. So here, projects in progress. The updated John Deere S700 release mod hub with the new Firestone tires is also coming. PC version released soon. Demco SideQuest 1000, which are like the side tanks. The John Deere 561R on FS22, probably 2160 is the next. Uh, in-game projects, the Land All 2512 series inline ripper. Um, in 3D phase, the MT800 MacDon and new project. New project start announcement coming soon. Conversions in progress with community. Case IH Tigermate. John Deere FD700 / FD600. Lockwood. Pattinson. Blazer. Demco grain cards. Conversions in progress from custom modding. John Deere C850 and Honeybee. We couldn't miss the chance to highlight Carl Farm's incredible work on the Steiger series, featuring custom moddings, tires, and tracks. And finally, we have uploaded 561R on ModHub, awaiting a new review and release. Fingers crossed. So they're working on a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, busy.
Looking forward to when all this stuff gets released.
Yeah. Let's see here. New more news from BD Mods. So what's going on right now? So they're Blizzard AgriFlex SPB is update. So that's new. Forage Drapers is update pending. Blizzard Pro Bale is update pending. Tractor Pulling Sled pending. Brown Balers Plus is update pending. Agro Trailers Pack testing 2 days. And Unimog Beds Pack testing 2 days.
Again, looking forward to when all this stuff gets released, because I mean, there's a few things in here. Like I said, the Lizard AgriFlex, that's I'm looking forward to. The Pro Bale, again, looking forward to that. The Unimog Bed Pack, that's going to be nice to check that one out when that comes due. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. Round Balers Plus, again, looking forward to a lot of this stuff.
I had a quick look at the bed pack as an early release. It's a nice little thing. Obviously, it really adds to the Unimogs.
Oh, nice.
I did reach out to him because I asked him if he's going to make a bed with a fifth wheel and gooseneck attachment, and he said yes.
Yeah, that's good.
So, because there's a animal trailer that came out, it's like the Lizard Longhorn, and I feel like that would look incredible on the new Unimog, honestly. So, updates. Friday. Fact sheet Friday from Farming Simulator. So we got the Gritme Veritron 470. It's a harvester. It's going to cost $526,000, It has 460 horsepower, a variable CVT transmission, 600 liters of fuel. Has a top road speed at 18 miles an hour. Holds 9,600 liters. Weighs 26 ton, and it has a working speed of 26 mile per hour. And it does potatoes and onions.
So the one thing that drives me up a wall in regards to all these new products, Will, you know exactly what I'm going to say here, but it drives me up an absolute wall when FS25 came out. We got the green beans, peas, and spinach. The same thing happened in last year's version when we started getting new products, and I'm really worried that it's going to happen here with the onions with the expansion. Is that we get these new products, but the only products that are available to be able to harvest them or be able to deal with them are either extremely hyper specific, so you're having to get into these very niche model lines in order to either plant, harvest, whatever, or in the case like this, the only options you get are the monster versions of like the harvesters or the big seeders or whatever the case may be, the planters, whatever. And it costs an arm and a leg. Like this is over $500,000 for this. If this is the only set of equipment you're going to get to be able to harvest the onions, I worry that it's going to be the same thing as is the other stuff, other crops types I just mentioned. It's going to be the same thing with like cotton. It's going to be the same thing as all these other very hyper specific niche products that are just so expensive that they're almost unobtainable for like an average playthrough.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right that it's likely that's what they'll end up doing, and I guess Giants are working quite closely with these brands, and they're probably saying, oh, make sure you push this grimy product forward or whatever. But yeah, it's not great for the smaller players.
And the only, well, not the only bad thing, but the another kind of bad thing is that very oftentimes Giants locks out modders from being able to do anything with the expansions and stuff like that. So, likely we won't get any sort of support from the modders. Not that they wouldn't be willing to. It's just they're unable to be able to help in this regard. So I don't know. It's
Yeah.
something that's always kind of bothered me. And a piece of equipment like this only being 10,000 liters is that like you're gonna fill this thing up monstrously quick. You're gonna have to make tons of dump runs, and yeah, you're just gonna it's an annoyance to me.
Yeah, and just to kind of develop further on what you're saying about the being locked out, as a modder, that there's certain features. Sometimes they might be tiny features. If you, I think there was a back in one of the DLCs, there was the large fence spreader that they did, and that has a fully animated rollover sheet, and I was like, oh, I wonder how they've done that. But I can't access it, so I don't know what they've done or what they've added into the game, or they might have added an extra line of code, but there's no documentation, so we don't know, what they've done. And I'm intrigued with the upcoming expansion with the new kind of liftable pallets where they have the deployed kind of straps and chains. Whether that will be something that we can implement into other things, or whether again that will be locked out.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where Giants is coming from to a degree. It's like, okay, this is the newest feature. We don't want to kind of have our toes stepped upon, kind of thing from the modding community. But at the same time, it's like we as a playing community are the poorer for it.
Yeah,
So,
I think it depends what it depends what the feature is, because I can understand why you want to lock out the machine, because you could take the trailer, change the color of it, and then try and submit it as a mod, and then all of a sudden you've got a free thing, so you're not going to pay for the DLC. But it's kind of the smaller features, whether they should consider rolling that out as part of the patch in the background, but keep the machines locked would be something that I would like to see. But that's just from my perspective.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure.
All right.
Real
Next
quick
one.
there, Will, I'm going to catch up with the chat real fast. We got Old Guy Farms. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says hello, BDD in chat. Hello, OGF. Also says, who is your guest? Kind of sounds like FSG. Our guest is Ross and Mods.
Hello.
And that's it.
That's it. All right. So next one will be the Bunning Series 200. We got tipper / trailer. Has a capacity of 46,000 liters. Oh, no, $46,000. Has a capacity of 26,700 liters, and it weighs 7.8 tons. And is a bulk material, so it will hold everything but liquid.
Pass.
So,
Yeah.
$2,000 per 1,000 liters? No.
no. Let's see here. The next one is going to be the Lizard cargo vessel. It's going to be a ship, of course. It's going to cost $275,000. It has a top speed of 12 miles an hour.
So I like the fact that we are going to be getting boats. I think that's kind of a cool thing, and I also like that you're going to be able to, theoretically purchase them kind of, through the through like the shop and all that stuff. Two concerns that I have with this. Number one, modders won't get access to this.
Yeah.
Number two. Well, sorry, what was that?
I was going to say exactly the same point. Go on.
But number two, that, and this one is more of like a logistics issue. How is this going to function when you purchase it, let's say on any other map besides the expansion? Or if you're even able to purchase this outside the expansion. Because if you purchase this, it's going to spawn on the land where the spawn point is for your vehicles. So then how do you get it over to the water? So
yeah, I'm very intrigued as to how that's going to work, whether there's going to be a second spawn point for water. I'm fairly sure that the other Giants maps will be updated, because there's certain water areas that are currently kind of locked off that you can't access without flying into them, for kind of like the fishing and things. I think I'm sure some of the base game maps, other kind of streamers have noticed this. So I'm fairly sure they'll update so that you can do it. What I don't know is whether that will give you the ability to add a water spawn point in a modded map or not. And how that would work.
So I know that there's been modders in the past who have done things like this, where they created boats, and the one I'm thinking of in particular is Alien Jim back on FS19 on Spectacle Island. And the way that I remember they did this is that they essentially made a vehicle, just as we normally see it, except how they addressed it was they basically made the tires invisible and it just rode above the water plane kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that's what they're doing here in this regard. If they're doing something similar, they're making the wheels invisible and then just kind of having it ride above the water plane kind of thing. Maybe, I don't know. I'm guessing that's not going to be the case, because I would imagine that unless Giants, only has this on their maps and not allows any other modders and stuff to kind of take this over into other modded maps, then that's not going to work on any other map that isn't a smooth plane under the water surface. So one map I can think of off the top of my head is Alone in the World. I've got a series going on that one, and the water points are extremely deep on that
Mhm.
map. So if you were to go over the edge on that one, there's no mod in existence that you're not going to lose, even with these, if they were developed like a tractor or like a vehicle with actual like rolling physics kind of thing, to where if this is something that actually interacts with the water itself and just recognizes there's a water plane and thus floats on top of it, well then the modded maps will work like that. So long story short
My
is,
gut, yeah.
go ahead.
I say my gut feeling is that they will make it more of a change, and that so when you mod, you have a vehicle type, whether that be a tractor, telehandler, etc. I think there will be a new one that will be boat, but we won't know until the expansion's released. And then it's probably going to be a bit of trial and error to work out what they've done. And I think I think it will be a new vehicle type, and I think because of the way the water moves and things around the boat, I think there must be more to it than just a wheeled removed vehicle. I just hope they open that up.
Me too, because I could see there being some amazing things done if this gets
Hmm.
expanded out into the modding scene. Like I said, I had mentioned Alien Gym back in FS19 Spectacle Island. I loved that map. I thought it was a
Yeah.
brilliant thing. And the Alien Gym bringing that kind of aspect to the game was such outside of the box thinking at the time that I think that this could really open the doors to other map makers really kind of flexing their outside of the box thinking to be able to come
Hmm.
up with all sorts of different styles of boats, delivery systems, whatever the case may be. Like I said, I really hope this gets opened up. I really hope it does.
Yeah, me too.
All right. So here, something up from Thursday. There we go. New news from Ross and Mods. Uh, JCB 3000 series is making good progress, coming soon to Farming Simulator 25. It looks fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's kind of developed quite a bit over the weekend from that screenshot last week. So it's nearly finished. The interior is now textured because in that screenshot the interior is still actually all black inside there. Yeah, the interior is done, lights are done, engine's fully done. Kind of left there's just a few movements of attachers and tiny bugs to fix, basically. So I'm hoping that will get submitted towards the end of this week, and then depending on the Giants queue, could be seeing it in a couple of weeks.
Now, am I mistaken? Is
Nice.
this the quote unquote baby fast track where it's got the front end attacher, like the front loader, as an option?
Yeah, this will have a front loader option. It's essentially an older version of the 4000, if you like. So I can't remember exactly what year this ran up to. Like 2021 comes to mind, but I can't remember exactly. And then it will probably have the same mounting system I'll put on it on the back, same as the 4000. So as we create mods for the sprayers and the cranes and things that we said earlier, that will work on this one as well. And yeah, other than that, it's kind of 230 horsepower, medium-sized tractor. There's a lot of them still around that people run, certainly in this part of the world. So I know people will relate to it.
Excellent.
Yes, I would say I'm definitely looking forward to
Cool.
that. Let's see.
And
Uh,
just out of curiosity, just real quick there, Ross, is this a screenshot off of um, Oak Ridge Farm?
Oak Ridge.
Yes, yeah, that's primarily where I do most of my screenshots at the minute. Just because it's in keeping with a lot of the stuff I released.
Beauty.
Yeah.
Great map.
100%
Oh, yeah,
agree.
absolutely. Let's see here. Next one. So this one, so the improved capacity, the 1,000 to 5,000. This came out before again. It got removed, and then it got re-added to the mod hub again, and then it was removed again. So I don't know what's going on with that. Let's see here.
You know what? Can I diverge just real fast? So, Ross, I'd be very curious as to what your opinion is of this. So, you're aware of, Oak Ridge Farms, being previously named something else.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it here on the show, but
Sure.
what's your opinion on everything that kind of happened around that? Because both Will and myself have kind of gone at lengths as to say how ridiculous it was that the map maker had to go through that because of all the circumstances surrounding it. What was your
Yeah.
opinion on that?
I mean, I was surprised that to hear that, kind of what had gone on, and that was causing a nuisance to people. Yeah. It's I've considered. I don't currently make maps, but I've considered doing a map of where I'm from in Cornwall, and that did make me think, oh, is that going to cause issues? Yeah. I don't really know kind of how it got to that point, and I don't know whether I haven't really heard as to whether the name change has made a huge difference either. So, yeah, don't really have a strong opinion, I suppose, but I was surprised.
So it was one of those where at the time I took a very hard stance as to the individuals who were going out there who were causing the nuisance, causing the headaches and
Yeah.
whatnot. And I mean, I didn't feel at the time that it was a very hard, not a hard, but a very on the fence kind of moment kind of thing. It's like it should have been very easy, in my opinion, to have come on down. It's like, hey, this is private property. Don't bother
Yeah.
it, kind of thing. So it was one of those that when all that stuff was happening, I actually got some pushback from several people, and I had gone as far as saying like, look, the reason that I'm saying that this is a bad thing is not only is this private property, but it's just dangerous. You don't know what exists on this farm. You don't know what is around there. You don't know if you're going to stumble across somebody that you are is not expecting you, kind of thing. Like it's just very bad to do. And
Yeah.
one of the responses I got in particular, which really kind of caught me off guard, is "Calm down, this isn't America," kind of thing. And it's like it's not an American thing versus a British or UK thing. In my opinion, this is number one. It's common sense and common decency. You just show up at somebody else's place, kind of thing, unannounced and uninvited. Number two, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, I think the other appreciation is it's not, if I try and compare it to things like Clarkson's Farm, right, where everybody in the UK knows where it is, what it is, and it'll become almost a tourist attraction. Now, they will be expecting that and geared up for that, and that's been actively publicized through decisions made by Amazon, whoever. And Jeremy himself, whereas this is very much a private thing, and it's not a tourist attraction. And I certainly, like I said, my dad is an active farmer down in Cornwall, and I'd certainly hate him to feel like anyone was prying on his space because of something that I or the community had done. So I do think it is important to be strong. Sorry, the cat's making a noise. If you're wondering what the noise is in the background.
No, you're good.
It's time for his breakfast. Yeah, so I think, you know, people do need to respect that, and you know, it's people's livelihoods and people's homes at the end of the day. Wouldn't want someone outside your window looking in, would you?
Yeah, exactly. And I was more just curious because you're somebody who is in that neck of the woods and all that stuff. So I just wanted to just kind of get your opinion on it. So it was just my
Yeah,
curiosity more than anything.
I don't think you know, being in a different country or culture or anything is any different. You know, to me, it's the same.
Well, exactly, and it was like when I said that, it's dangerous. It wasn't like I was necessarily saying, well, you could be hurt by the farmer kind of thing. It's that you don't know what you're going to stumble across on said property kind of thing. So I mean, you could. And I don't know how the laws are over there compared to over here, but very oftentimes that depending on the state that you live in here,
Hmm.
if somebody is trespassing or anything like that and they get hurt on your property, uh, some states will make it to where it's actually you as the owner's fault, even if there's
Yeah,
somebody that's not supposed to be there, they're uninvited and all that stuff. So I didn't know if maybe that was something along those lines that may exist over where you're at, kind of thing. So it was just one of those like look, it's like just use common sense and just don't go where places you're not invited to. It should
yeah,
have been common sense, at least in my mind. But again, was just curious.
yeah. No, you're absolutely right, and yeah, my my opinion is the same as yours, and it's easy to use your common sense. You know, it's not a public place. It's you have no, you know, no right really. So
Yeah, exactly.
um, I do need to start wrapping up this end because believe it or not, it's work. It's time for me to go to work in this part of the world. So it's 6 a.m. here, um, so I might have
Wow.
to wrap up shortly.
All right. Well,
You're good.
yeah, if you need to go ahead and take off, feel free. Number one, thank you so much for coming out here tonight and hanging out with us and doing the show.
Yes.
Really greatly appreciate it. Before you hop off though, do you want to, let people know where they can find you or anything along those lines?
Yeah, most of primarily Facebook, just Ross and Mods. You can find me on there. There is a website as well, rossandmods.com, which will then link to all my other socials and contacts on there. And I do try and keep that up to date with what's upcoming. There's often a few little bits on the website that don't exist on socials, just to entice people to have a look. So. Uh, you'll be able to find kind of upcoming projects there. And I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that downloads the mods and that supports the page. Makes a huge difference. I genuinely wouldn't do what I do, and I wouldn't put the time into what I do if it wasn't for the support from the community and the downloads that you guys create. So thank you.
100%.
Oh,
And like I said earlier, we here on the show, Will and I, we greatly appreciate every single modder out there. That includes you, for
yes.
everything that you do, that you bring to the community. You help strengthen and make this game what it is. So again, thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, and I'd also like to thank you for inviting me on and give me that kind of plug in the publicity as well, and everything that you guys do for the community and spread the word, because it's equally, if mods aren't shared and talked about, then they're often missed. So I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I didn't
Yeah.
give you an opportunity when we
And
first logged in, but did you want to give any shout outs before you take off?
Not particularly. Yeah, there's no individual shout outs really I want to do. Just want to thank everyone that supports the mods.
Awesome.
um, and if anyone has any problems or any troubles finding them, you could just head right over to my page on Facebook, WillTGaming FS Encyclopedia, and I share all the stuff that he posts, so you'll see it right there.
Super, thank you.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, Ross, thanks again for joining us. I hope you have yourself a fantastic rest of your day.
Thank you very much. You too. Take care.
Take care.
You too. See ya.
All right. Well, sorry that we kind of went on that little sidetrack there in regards to Oak Bridge, but just was something I was curious about.
There you Here. Uh, Next one, this is from Black Sheep Modding. This is about their new. I'm just gonna call it the Valley map because I don't even know how to pronounce that. um, says after several months of intense work,
I think that's
the Valley
Piccaneer.
is entering an.
Uh,
I'm not gonna even try to pronounce that. Is entering a new phase. The first internal testing will begin soon. So
So I am excited about this one. This is another. I mean, Black Sheep Modding is another group of modders that when they put out a map or when they put out anything really that I get excited about. There's a whole load of modders out there that once I see their name associated to a mod, it's like, okay, I'm gonna pay attention. Ross and Mods, they're one of them. Black Sheep Modding, they're another one. Oxygen David, Lancy Boy, so on and so forth. Kevin Leroy, Custom Modding. There's so many really good modders out there that once you see their name, it's like, okay, I'm gonna dive into this one in particular, this mod in particular, this map in particular, and give it some extra attention that just the kind of random thing that's loaded in there I may just kind of breeze over or whatever the case may be. But this is one I'm definitely interested in. You can look at these screenshots and just see it looks gorgeous.
oh yeah, 100%. The next one's from AW Modding. It says it is happening. Warner's Wisconsin. Meanwhile, a little tease, and what's in the modeling phase. Yeah, they have a John Deere RC6M. It's a little more. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, a nice little brush hog. Looks good.
From Wednesday.
And just real quick, gonna catch up with the chat here real fast. Rambo Hacker Gaming. Long time no see, Rambo. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hopefully they don't, but Giants usually locks down new features in the expansion, like the boats behind the DLC paywall until the next game, so modders can't use the new features. Sadly, yeah, no, and that's unfortunate. That I think that's likely what's going to end up happening. So it's sad, but it is what it is. Let's see. Rambo says, for me, the map makers, it's Edomod, MA7, and Oxygen David that they are airway get. Yeah, yep. Yeah, MA7, yeah, they definitely on my radar. Oxygen David also on my radar. Edomod, not 100%. I can't remember any of the maps that they made. I always get, yeah, 100%. I'm right there with you with two out of the three. I'm not recognizing Edo off the top, but I'll take a peek. Will, feel free.
All right. Sorry, I was just chewing some honey roasted almond.
Ooh, nice.
Snack. Let's hear. Got new news from Oxygen David.
Speaking of Oxygen David.
Basically, it's just more pictures of his new map, and this map looks incredible. Which I know I've said this before, but for anyone new watching or anyone who never caught this, I don't view the new map that's coming with the Highlands Fishing DLC a giant software project. The reason why I say that is because Oxygen David is actually the one who made that map for Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Giants just implemented all their features into it.
I tell you what, there's a couple of screenshots here. Like when you really drill down into the map here, looks incredible. So I'm on the, I think it's the third screenshot, and it's basically you're standing in between two fence rows and you're looking out into the yard kind of thing. In the background, it looks like there's a biogas plant like way off in the distance. But I'm looking at
Yeah.
all the detail that's in this little driveway here, and all the mud and muck that's right in the drive is just absolutely incredible. Look at all that detail that's just in there. You got the kind of like tire tracks are just running through there, running into the yard kind of thing. I mean, just absolutely flabbergasted and how gorgeous this map looks in just these screenshots. And I cannot wait until this one comes out. I'm excited.
He actually found a way for all platforms to keep standing water for a couple days after it rains.
Oh, that's cool.
So,
And here's the thing too is I really hope that with everything that Oxygen David is learning with this map, like you said there, the standing water being there for a couple of days, I really hope that gets integrated into other maps that he's created, such as Oak Bridge.
maybe. Sorry, I'm chewing.
Let's see.
I knew,
Oh, what's that?
from last I knew, from when I talked to him, he said that feature will not be coming to Oak Bridge.
Okay. That's a shame, but
Oh.
it is what it is. And real quick,
All
Rambo
right.
says, you're in for a big treat when you discover Edomod. They are arguably made the maps that are the top 5 for FS 1922, and personally, their newest one, Utera, is the best new/original map on 25. Oh, are they like a third-party modder there, Rambo, out of curiosity? Because I'm not recognizing the name.
I think they are. I think it's third party only.
If they are Rambo, can you send me a link? I'd like to check them out, especially if you're speaking so highly of them.
And like MRG, great map maker. He knows what he's doing. I trust all the stuff. I just don't trust anything that doesn't come from the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So, so your next one is going to be new news from a new blog from Farming Simulator or from Giants. They have their Farming Simulator Signature Edition coming to the Nintendo Switch 2.
Nice.
Let's see here. Got more new because money. This is Case IH 255 Tiger Mate and Landall 2512 Inline Ripper are in game. So, as you can tell.
Steiger.
Yeah, so, Steiger. Oh, went down the wrong too. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, that was precision farming. I'm not going to go over the change logs for precision farming and all that. If you guys want to check it out, you can head over to my page or go on the Giants blog area. You can read it. It's very, I won't say it's extensive, but it is extensive. So it's not, but it is. It wasn't anything like majorly game breaking, basically.
Yeah.
So
a lot of cleanup.
Basically, we did get a patch 1.13 though. That I will go over briefly. Nothing new got added in with this, so nothing new. So here, changes and improvements. Changes and improvements. Disabled resolution scaling settings when actively using upscaling technologies. whatever that's supposed to mean. Um, fixed a beacon light that appeared see-through from below.
Mhm.
Fixed achievement for collecting stones in the Epic Games version. Fixed AI, herbicide logic, so workers correctly detect already treated areas in weed-infested fields.
That's a nice
Fixed an
update.
issue where uh, fix an issue where engine sounds could cause audio output to stop working.
That's the one I was talking about with that Fiat.
Um, yeah. Fix an issue where mower work areas were calculated incorrectly. Fixed attaching implements when multiple implements were already attached to it. I wonder if there's kind of meaning for like the front loader. You know how like you like saw the front loader was attached to the 3-point.
No, it's something different.
Uh, uh, Fixed collisions between multiple containers affecting each other. Fixed hold strength of mounted objects such as containers. Fixed issue
Hold.
preventing fixed issue preventing containers from being opened while loaded. That was a big one. I know a lot of people were getting very irritated about.
So wait, what was that? Preventing containers from being open while loaded? So what, if somebody closed it while there was stuff in it, it wouldn't reopen?
No, so if you set it on the trailer, you couldn't open the doors. And then you had to take it
Oh,
like a wheel loader and put them on
you'd
the
have to
ground.
take it off to yes.
But now it's fixed.
Good.
Let's see here. Uh, Fixed issue where mission vehicle would remain present, or no, not present, persistent. Um, Fixed issue where multiplayers did not have access to a flashlight. Uh-oh. Um,
Y'all had to
Fixed issue
huddle around
with
a flashlight.
I can't say. Uh,
Marco Polo.
Where am I? Oh, fun. Uh, uh, could you imagine not having a flashlight and running it? Going, ow, where'd you hit? I don't know. And someone else comes with a flashlight over and you hit a bell spike.
Oh man, like, could you imagine not having a flashlight on DTAP's map on Wampsville? Have you seen the nighttime on that?
I mean, you might as well just lay on the ground and wait for the day to come.
Yeah, that's it exactly. You're not going to be able to find, like, you can teleport to places using the map, but you're not going to be able to see where you're going at all.
Right. The fixed issue with the game could rarely get stuck loaded past 89% due to an invalidable axle state. Fixed mud not accumulated on Michelin XM47 tire variants. Uh, Fixed Screwmaster spreader shovel not being functional in multiplayer. Fixed tension belts not spanning over the fillable pallets. Fixed unloading value calculations that cause invalid fill percentages. For example, the Nexat cedar tank improved AI behavior on certain vehicle types to more optimally handle headland corners. Improved AI harvesting behavior for headlands to follow optimal clockwise / counterclockwise rotation, and improved uh, priors prior to Mazite, whatever that word is, a button mapping shown in the help menu top left corner. I think that's more of a PC thing. Prioritization. Just and then for modding, add a new carbon material. So, and then of course you
Hey,
got
Will,
all
I'll
the
be
rest
right
of
back.
it. All right. Yeah, so like I said, if you guys want to check out the changelogs, like the next hat DLC, the Blazing Prairies, the Mercedes, and the precision farming, you can check it out over on my page as well. I'm not going to bother reading through all those unless you guys really want me to. But other than that, I'm not going to. So, let's hear. Got more news from Icus. Says hello, next building. This time, bigger one. Modern farm garage. All platforms, work in progress. More soon. Looks great. As like all of Icus' stuff. Looks absolutely fantastic. Love it. That was it. That was the very last thing, actually. So, and there wasn't a whole lot of news. There was some. I feel like because it's coming, getting closer to like Christmas time area, it's going to start slowing down. Can't wait for BDD to get back. I'll just use twiddling our thumbs.
I'm back.
Nope. All right. And the very last thing, which I already went over it, but from IDIS, this says hello, next building, this time bigger one, modern farm garage, for all platforms, work in progress, more soon. Which this has already been sent off to Giants. So
Nice.
And the case I know we talked at last stream about. So that is everything.
Well, I tell you what.
I can't believe you said that.
What's that?
I said I can't believe you said that earlier.
I said what earlier?
Well, because you were like, hey now over there.
Oh, because you started giggling. You're gonna blame me?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It says $6,900. You expect me not to giggle?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I expect nowadays.
Like, dude, I felt embarrassed earlier because Bree and I go to church on Sundays, right, in the morning.
Okay.
And the very first hymn that we sang was 369.
Okay.
And as soon as the one lady stood up to announce like the very first song that we're gonna do was 369, Bree looked at me and she goes, "Don't you dare!" I couldn't help myself. I just I chuckled a little bit. I'm like, I'm messed up. She goes, "Not in church."
I can't blame her. I can't blame her for trying to wrangle you in on that one.
Well, I chuckled just for, I was like, oh. And then I stopped after that. And I didn't chuckle anymore.
That's funny though. That is funny. I can't lie. Let's see. So yeah, got through the mods, got through the news. Look at us go.
Yeah. Oh, and of course, really 6 hours ago, and I didn't even post it, but JD modding ARG posted something.
Oh, nice. How dare you not post it?
Well, I didn't know about it. Yeah, there's PLA by John Deere STP G15. It's I don't know if this is coming to all platforms. Like, I don't want to share it because I don't know if it's coming for all platforms. He usually says for all platforms, so I don't know if it is or if it isn't. I'm not going to share it unless if I know for a fact.
No, it makes sense.
I know, I guess is still planning on making an American cow barn. He said it was going to be his next project. And I guess he decided just to finish up these other modern style things first, which makes sense.
Okay.
So, oh boy.
Oh, what'd you do?
Person reportedly pointing lasers at cars.
What?
So I'm part of like of this video news service. This is Scanner Report in Batavia, where I live. It says person reportedly pointing lasers at cars.
Oh. But you know what? I don't know why something like that would. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It just flat out doesn't. But it's just one of those, like, you get these kind of people who think it's a good idea to buy these like high powered lasers. Like, you've seen like those 5 megawatt lasers or whatever they are, like the uber powerful ones that you can see like miles away. And like they'll point them up in the sky at planes and stuff like that, and just do all sorts of stupid stuff.
Right.
Like, I don't get that. I don't understand what somebody would think of. Like, oh yeah, this is gonna be fun. Like, oh yeah, it's fun to rack up several felonies. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I tell you what, sir, do you want to go ahead and start wrapping up here? Because I don't know about you, but I got to be up early in the morning.
Yeah, I got to work.
Yeah, I got to take the wife's car in to get it fixed. I got to get new tires. The tire pressure monitoring system's all jacked up on it, so I'm going to get that fixed. And then the oil change. Gonna get an oil change done because figure it's already gonna be up there to the shop. Might as well just have them kick it in there as well.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a busy morning.
Yeah, but we can definitely get stuff get it all wrapped up here.
Yeah. But again, I want to give a big shout out and special thank you to Ross and Mods for joining us here tonight. Had an absolute blast with him here tonight. Hope that everybody here also enjoyed the show. We got a lot of stuff this week. I mean, didn't come over a lot of days, but the days that we did get stuff, it was a good chunk. But Will and I, we hope you enjoyed it. Will, thank you so much, as always, for co-hosting the show with me here tonight.
Yeah.
And again,
as always,
hope that everybody enjoyed it. If you did, please show us by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy you doing. The shows you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care.
Yo, hit the dirt and fire it up. It's that hard cause grind. BDD and WillT dropping knowledge every time. From the mods to the maps, from the brands to the tools. If it's FS talk, you know they breaking all the rules. We talk giants, we talk gears, we talk that horsepower. Late night mod drops, we got that creative power. From interviews with legends to spotlighting the new, we bring that FS fire straight from the crew to two. Living life behind the wheel with a digital twist. Ain't no button we don't press, no trend we ever miss. Updates, links, and future plans. We got the inside scoop, no chance for scams. This is AgriBusiness cranking up. tractors to combines, dirt roads to drones. They build empires from screens and microphones. With every guest that drops in for a chat,